We can always switch around if you like. I'm sure you thought of that.
You guys, Dale isn't standing out there in the hallway, is he?
I haven't seen him.
Should we move the DA next?
I think we could go anytime.
You ready to go?
Yeah, we'll go. I don't see him out there.
Okay, thank you.
How is everyone?
Good morning.
Good.
Is this the first, this is the first official budget meeting, right?
This is the first time we have seen the budget.
Well, we have, the budget, Felicia, and Eric, you know, worked really hard on this and get this all out. I want to just add a note that I'll be speaking with, Barb at some point, about this in the district-wide, we have a plan to be requesting, a line. It's not in this budget, so I just want you, it's not included.
So it would be next year's budget, or are you still
We
gonna
may
try
be,
that?
I mean, the thought would be to ask for it in this budget. But again, this is conceptual that we're doing with all 4 counties, and we have some issues with, the fact that Saginaw County is on a different, does a fiscal year instead of calendar year. But, I just wanted to just mention this, is that we were the consideration that we'd be asking, at least, through, Lincoln County budget this year and Knox County budget this year is for consultation line, the consult line for restorative justice project. So I just wanted to just note that before we start. This budget is the normal regular budget that doesn't have anything new. No bells and whistles. This is the most pared down budget that we have. And this is what I wanted to present, because I understand that there's a lot going on in the county right now regarding union negotiations and such. So I thought that having a separate discussion potentially in the future, especially maybe with Barb first about a consultation line and a completely new line and a completely new concept for the district, to pay restorative justice directly, as a consult.
Currently do pay restorative justice with regards to a grant which we receive. I believe they're also heavily involved with VOA and our jail. How much would this line be?
We would be asking, at least, you know, the initial ask that restorative justice project and I have spoken about would be $50,000 per county. So that would, and again, I mean, this is through DOC, restorative justice has a consultation line to do. And this is something that's done in normal practice, has been done in Cumberland County. But I understand that is one of the reasons that I just, you know, I wanted to note it, but we didn't include it in this budget because we wanted to make sure that we talk about a regular budget before having that discussion about a completely new budget line. I also just want to note that in Knox County, Restorative Justice Project received approximately $25,000 in direct funding. And so that would potentially, if this, and I, you know, it would be wonderful if we could have everything we wanted when we wanted it. But it may be, it's something that I'm trying to work with the counties together. And this proposal really came to fruition the idea came to fruition, the numbers came to fruition in about August, mid-August, which was, the budget was already basically prepared at that point. So that's why I didn't include that, but I would like to talk about this budget today. And again, I would have that conversation at another time. I just wanted to note that may be a plan that we would be asking for in the long run, with the understanding that this year might not be the year that it would start.
You're correct.
Yes. So, yeah, but I did want to note that. But it's future plans. So the rest of the budget, as you see, we have asked for a little bit more money in a few lines, and we've eliminated a line, and our budget has come in. I think that they've done an extraordinary job keeping the costs down and really keeping this to the minimum. For instance, we're decreasing line 4045 by $300. that's a medical, surgical, dental line. We haven't been using that, right? That hasn't been used in gosh knows how long, if ever. Yeah. Nobody remembers the last time it was used. One highlight is that Amber, our legal secretary, her position has been funded through the ARPA funds. And that, so if we do see a change in the budget, her position is full-time and it would no longer be funded through ARPA. She's doing an extraordinary job keeping things rolling. And so,
Thankfully, that was one thing we always made clear in our budget, that she would be not in there. Would you please go ask? Okay, right here, the day reports. Thank you. I'm sorry.
so, meals, we're asking for some additional money for meals. As you know, there's more, staff training, there's more, there's more times that, you know, we get together, you know, that the office gets together, and being able to have some food, whether that's, you know, I think they have creative ideas. There's so many great options here in Belfast, but to be able to have a meeting in which food is provided has been really important. You know, this is a difficult job for everybody. Everybody that works in the DA's office has a difficult job. We see difficult things and people often, everybody's mad at us. So I think having the staff camaraderie and being able to have those meals together is really important for morale.
If I might add,
Yep, sorry, yes.
if I might add to the meal to thing as well, there's been a lot more training going on, especially since COVID has ended. So, and we also had the opportunity, as some of you are aware of, that our victim witness advocates went to the national conference in Boston. They got the closest it's ever been to Maine. So they took advantage of that. So that increased our meals. Just kind of working on trying to get that line up where it's more appropriate for travel and meals.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
You're welcome.
I basically just used the amount that I took from the medical, surgical, dental and shifted it to that line instead, since that wasn't being used.
How come you don't use that anymore? Or you haven't?
We've
used it?
discussed, it's been there forever and we actually don't really know what it's for. It's been years. We just haven't gotten rid of it just in case something comes up that we're not aware of, but, yeah, it's just kind of been unused, so we shifted it to the other line because we did use more meal funds this year than was budgeted for because of the trainings that were away, so.
In lines 4315 and 4401, if you look at those together, you can see that the telephone budget line 4315 has decreased by almost $6,000, as has the courthouse telephone and internet has decreased by $4,500, almost $4,500.
I thought Jason was taking the telephone.
And those,
He is.
yeah, and those are being rolled into the technology budget, right? So,
So the courthouse, no, my mistake, Barb, I was.
Oh, I was
on
looking
the
at the
wrong
wrong
area.
line too.
Yeah, I was looking at the wrong area. So
Okay.
they're, so technology is also gonna take the ridiculous priced internet that is over at the new courthouse.
yeah.
I think he's going to make some changes over there to lessen the cost.
So we have two offices over at the new courthouse,
Yes.
correct?
Well, one office,
Two,
two
Like a
separate
few
spaces
sections.
to work out,
Yeah.
yeah.
And then a mini meeting area as well, like a conference area.
and is that used on a full-time basis?
It's used.
So who's there?
That's
now.
so the prosecutors go there all the time during court, especially Bill and Twistle's there almost every court session. And does his Zoom stuff out of there as well. He's readily available. We use it for grand jury presentations, also for officers and victims and witnesses, and meeting with victims and witnesses. So it's used on a very regular basis. And I foresee it being used even more when we move to the top of the hill. So it'll just be closer to court.
Yeah, when somebody's in court through Zoom, you still, you know, depending on what you're doing, oftentimes, it's a dispositional conference or a docket call and negotiations are happening. And so agreements can be finalized, and those agreements often result in having to file new charges, having to file dismissals, having to file deferred dispositions, and being right at the courthouse is I can imagine would be, the place to be when you're doing that, even if you're not technically, if you're not sitting in the courtroom. That's where you would want to do it from.
So do you have anything in the budget, you have any flexibility on?
I think this is kind of the bare bones, budget,
If you break it, if you look at the budget, so say that we eliminate Amber, because we knew that was coming anyway. If you take that equation out of it, the fact that she was on the ARPA funds and now she's being paid out of our budget, we have a decrease of, I think, 11,000 something dollars. overall.
Yeah,
Yeah,
if you hadn't had that, aqua funds out, you wouldn't be much different.
yeah, we're really not asking for anything.
Yeah, I see. Yep,
Are you anticipating a lot of expenses for office supplies with your move? Is that why that line is up?
I think office supplies to stay the same.
Yeah,
And we include that,
the capital outlay is where I think we were keeping a little bit of a buffer for the move, just in case we needed anything, but we're not really sure yet until we get in our new space, if there's going to be anything that we need. I understand that desks might be something. Dale mentioned we might have to buy them in order to fit better in the space. But so that's an anticipated cost that he said that he was able to cover somehow. I don't know, but we have the capital outlay at least for a little bit to cover if we need it.
and it's the same, it's the same.
It's the same, it's not
$5,000.
increased, yeah.
the other thing we've added to is we thought it'd be, significant to include the revenue lines that we bring into the county that go into the general fund. And that being, one is the VOCA grant, which we received from DHS that helped reimburse for salaries for victim witness advocates, as well as the supervision fees that are collected that go into the general fund also.
I like that you put that in there, Art.
Yeah,
I like that. I think you're right. You guys don't get credit for the revenue that you generate.
right. And it's not a significant amount, but I think it's important that it's seen
It's
and it's out there. Because I think I can't find the page right away, but I think it's close to $20,000 a year.
In other counties, same thing, goes into the general fund, but there's a line that shows our revenue, so that it is good for us to, we're doing, and it's, the victim witness advocates, or actually it's different in each office, but there's folks that make sure that those supervision fees have been paid, or if they haven't, they're noted that they haven't been paid, and then attorneys need to sometimes negotiate whether they weren't paid for good cause, and there should still be a good outcome. So there is a lot of work that goes into that, especially making sure it's fair, and fairly administered, so.
Statutes, do you guys have to buy them every year?
They change, the legislature passes new laws, they repeal laws, every year. There's a huge law change this year.
Yeah, it used to be you used to get the little like book. Now-
Yeah, I mean, the
all
book this
electronic
year is
now.
this big. The book this year is the booklet of.
They had too
the
much
end
time
of-
on their hands.
They had a
to
lot,
talk.
they did a lot, they did a lot this year, and so there's huge changes. I was, working from home yesterday afternoon because it was the early release day, and I had a call about a case that's going to trial in Knox County, and, it's kind of an imminent issue, and I was just kicking myself that I hadn't brought my statute book home. And you can look it up on the internet. The statute book is the final word, whatever's published in there is the final word, not what's on the internet, but also it's, also it's just, in some ways, it's so much easier, to navigate the book, because you can just flip.
Do you love the paper better? I'm just saying.
It's
Okay, no,
it's easier, I will say, and I mean, because most of the time, using things, I mean, I do lots of things online instead of through paper, but the statute book, you wear them out year to year too. But yeah, they're newly published every year, and they can be it's important that you have the updated version, but it is expensive.
I think we're pretty well set.
No, I am. I'm good. I'm good.
We're good.
Great, well, thank you so much. We'll see
Thank you for
again.
coming in.
Thank
Yeah,
you very much.
Yeah, we'll see you again
Donut,
soon.
donut.
No, thanks.
Why am I?
Well,
okay,
there's no
I'll be-
today.
I love
gotta
them,
take
I'm not
a
gonna
look.
lie, I just. shouldn't
Yeah.
have that.
Yeah, I feel the same way.
Whatever.
I'm not even up there.
Thank you very much. for your
Thank
time.
you.
Yeah, see you all, soon,
Yes,
right? Budget season.
okay, everybody stay away from Unity, I hear the traffic is insane.
Oh, it's there.
On the ground?
Let's go to Bob.
Is Dale okay? This actually alarms me a bit.
I'll look for him.
Thank you.
Ask
He's-
Annette if she would call him or text him,
I will.
Dale is never, ever.
I know, I know.
By the way, Nat and Carrie are both in, here listening.
Okay,
So we want-
oh, so I don't have to keep yelling,
Yeah.
oh, Stacy, that'll teach you to come early.
Barb, they are both participating, and I run my meetings and.
You'll see that the budget appears to have gone down, which it has, and that is predominantly because you agreed that human resources should have its own budget. So there was a number of lines that were absorbed from that, such as, the
And telephone
advertising.
is gone. Yeah.
Yes, and telephone is gone.
Yeah.
But she and I, we talked for a little bit, try to ferret out what made sense to be in what budget, and, if there's any changes you'd like to make, please feel free to do that.
So is this one here, this now?
Yes, the personnel has been reduced by both the human resources director and even that you didn't have the office assistant in 2023.
I literally, and phone's been taken out of here, advertising should be in HR. In fact, we could really mess the magic up one of these years and get crazy and put, I almost think like some of your health insurance and stuff like that could go right under HR too, but we'll let Annette can explain that or whatever, but no, it's made very, very clear. I like how professional services is a shared thing now.
Yes, yep.
Because she's the one that's on the phone with the lawyers and stuff like that. I mean, I.
Occasionally you have something like a sale of a building or,
Yeah.
where you might need an attorney, but yeah, no, it just makes sense.
So that's the one budget that's less 29%, so it looks awesome. Yes, rock on. Okay.
We have a new one.
Yeah, really.
So HR then is 1021.
Correct. Yeah, we picked that number, Carrie and I, because we felt like it should follow right after the
Yeah.
commissioners, and so,
It makes sense.
yes,
Well, I think we're all set, Bob.
okay, great.
Let's take Stacy again.
Mm. Good morning, Stacy.
Good morning.
See, good job coming early. This is Department 1065, Registry of Deeds.
There aren't too many changes. The personnel services is as shown on the explanation sheet that, you should all have.
Excellent.
There's no capital outlay for 2024. I did take out line 4315, which is the telephone.
Right.
4820, the dues, the Registry of Deeds Association voted to increase the dues by $50, so that's what that is. And our PO box, line 4830 was increased by $30 just because I hate seeing it in the negative. It's like -20 or seems to go up a little bit each year. But there is a chance next year with the new space. Maybe we won't need it.
Stacy, talk to me about microfilming. I know we
Yes.
have to do it.
Yeah, actually, that's another thing I wanted to bring up is our IQS contract. So with IQS, we pay $3.90 per document,
$3.90
per document. But we're getting,
Okay,
we pay that to the vendor, but we're charging $22 for the first page and $2 for each additional page per document. So we're making a lot of revenue from it still. But that's what it's always been.
Okay,
It was like that with our previous vendor and we were able to get the same amount with IQS. And the IQS contract is actually up for renewal. It's been 5 years. And we have 2 optional 5-year renewals if we both agree on it. And so I worked with, Brian Owens, which is the president of IQS. And with our new space, where, we're kind of we're downsizing 1 public station because in that smaller space, we don't need 3 public stations, so we're gonna go to 2. And we're going to increase a couple of other pieces of equipment so we can have 4 full working stations. So both clerks can, record and be able to, do everything that we can do, the register and deputy can do. And we're also going to be able to get additional, the large screen monitors, so we can have dual screens, which helps us with our recording and indexing, so you can see the document and then so that's part of the contract also. So they've increased several things. They've kept the price the same at $3.90 a document. And I would just need to have this signed by a commissioner to get us going for another 5-year contract. And we have been very happy with the system.
there you go,
It's
Bill.
been very, very efficient.
I see.
So
that you-
the microfilming line, anyway, that's what it is. It's what we pay. It's at $3.90 a document, and we pay it monthly.
Are you gonna be doing a lot of that before the end of the year?
Every month, I mean,
It varies.
it varies. It varies on how many we are down from where we were last year.
Yes, you are.
Document count. The deeds have slowed down. I mean, they have statewide. So, we will have more coming out of there, yes. But it's one of those lines. I did decrease it a bit, I believe last year or the previous year. I can't remember now, but, you just have to make sure there's enough in there because you never know how many documents you're going to record. That's the only thing with that one.
The DA's office took out their alarm lease because they'll be in another location. So, I know it's not much, but I mean, it's $300
If-
there too.
Right, that's our little
They-
panic buttons and stuff. So, I mean, I believe that's what that is. That
Is it?
alarm lease. I believe it's our panic
She said, "Get
buttons
rid
that
of
we
theirs.
have.
They're not
I think so.
panicking anymore." No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I don't know what we'll have in the new space. I'm not sure.
I
I
think
don't
that
have
will-
any more questions for you this morning. Think you did a pretty good job with your budget.
No, I have nothing further, Stacy. Thank you very much. And thank
You
for-
dig.
Thank
you
you.
for stepping
should
up.
I-
Yeah, don't have to have any extra.
Thank you very much. And should I leave this with you?
Good,
Yeah.
sure, bring it in. Someone will sign it.
if you
I'll
don't
make a
mind.
motion, Bill, sign the IQS contract for deeds.
All in favor?
If you don't mind scanning and sending me the signed document, I have
Yes.
to keep track of the contracts.
Yes,
Thank you. That'd be great.
will. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's, we start like we can go to Lynette, the next meeting, go to Lynette.
I'll go get her.
Annette, Stacy, yell at Annette.
I will.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I think I hear her. Hi.
Good
So I
morning.
had that Susan got a hold of Leo, and he said he'd be about 20 minutes. Apparently missed it. It was on for his time. So he's on his way.
Okay,
Thank you. Good morning, Annette.
Good morning, good morning. So I'm here to just speak to the HR report like I typically do, okay? So I will stick to my notes, pretty short and sweet, as compared to last time. I do have some new hires. I just want to reference the HR report last time. I had mentioned that there was a couple new hires in the sheriff's department in the queue. We're waiting for acceptances. They have accepted. I have onboarded them due to the timing. So I do have some new hires that I'm doing this in retrospect because I've already onboarded them and they've started. So I'm going to start with new hire, Deputy William Nichols. And Deputy William Nichols is from Stockton Springs. He's coming on as a deputy. He is not certified. He is uncertified deputy. He'll be going to the academy at a later date. He's coming on board at $26.45 per hour. He will start with 80 hours of vacation time. He's also eligible for the 10,000 sign-on bonus that will be paid out according to the newly revised sign-on over the next 4 years.
We're on the new bonus right now,
Correct.
1,333.
Correct.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so it will start with, once he passes some of his field training, he'll get 1,000. And then at every anniversary for the next 3.
Yeah.
he'll get an
Need a
installment.
motion on that?
Yes,
Yes.
please.
I'll make it, we hire.
Second,
Second.
all in favor?
So other good news is we hired Jacob Grinnell, if I pronounce that correctly, as a deputy, uncertified. His date of hire was this week, September 19th. He's coming on at $26.45 an hour, 80 hours of vacation, eligible for the new sign-on bonus. And yeah, they come on, it's what's so exciting is they come on, they're so excited to be a part of this, and I ask them why they're coming, what interested them in the job, and some of them will say they've done internships or they've done ride-alongs in the past, and so it's nice to see that they're ready to take on this challenge, especially not having or very limited experience in their background with law enforcement related.
Second.
All in favor?
So both of these new hires are not certified, they haven't been to the academy.
But I do have some good news on this one. This is, and I'm actually ahead of the game on this one. So this person is, her name is Carrie Libby. She is coming on board October 30th as a detective, which is certified, has a wealth of experience. And it's October 30th because she's transferring up from another town, and she's relocating to this area. And she's given a 1 month's notice to her current employer, so she could come on board with us. She will come on board at $37.28 an hour, 240 hours of vacation time, and she's eligible for the $10,000 sign-on bonus, the new 133.
Second.
Second, all in favor?
Where is she coming from?
She is coming from, I think it's Topsom, down in that area, is where she's coming from, and wealth of background.
Excellent.
It is very, very exciting. So then a couple of housekeeping before I go on to something more serious. When we hired a couple of part-time, now that the budget's in the process and I'm going through and trying to update pay scales, one of the pay scales that didn't get updated when we hired 2 part-time folks in January and one, I think it was April and May, we hired at a different rate. I should have updated that and presented it sooner, but the employee salary was presented to you and approved. Now what I'm doing is just housekeeping. I need your signature. I've added that new rate of pay for the position, and I just want you to take a peek at it and approve it. We hired these 2 part-time office support staffs at $21.50, and you already know about all that. I just wanted it documented if you can. And if you don't think I need to, then just let me know.
No.
Okay.
Because there was no set scale for the part-timers, it was just one step and that was it. It was clear we could negotiate the starting salary for them. And I didn't know if I should have included that on that pay scale because we did hire them at a different rate than what it said. So I'm looking for your.
I just don't understand, patrol deputy says uncertified FTO. Full-time officer, what is FTO? Field
FTO
training
says
officer,
field training officer.
that's 1841.
Yeah, that was
That
already
doesn't make
there,
sense where we just hired 2 uncertified for 26.
but they're
That might
full-time.
be rejected, yeah.
And they're full to the folks we're hiring now is full-time, and there is a very clear salary schedule for full-times. There's not
Okay.
one for part-time.
Okay,
And I haven't hired any part-time, onboarded, I should say, the sheriff hasn't hired any part-time folks since I've come on board. So I do think that the data was old possibly on that, And I just updated with the 2 new hires. So these folks, now that we're talking about budgets, would only be eligible for like a COLA if you approve, when the budget committee approves a COLA. And then I will update that to reflect 2024 to add 4% to all of that. And then,
I'm just gonna say so no.
oh, thank you. Then I'll just put that in with my pay scale finder. And the other, I know we tabled it from last commissioners meeting, was the education reimbursement for a support staff at the DA's office. Are you interested in wanting to revisit that now or wait?
I think one of us asked about the union contract, if there was something in the union contract and you had to get that information.
Yeah,
Since then, I think you did, and it
Yes.
is in their union
Yes.
contract. So it sounds like we owe it. I didn't
Yes.
realize, I mean,
Yeah.
I don't think any of us are saying we don't want to see people advance in their career or get ahead. My concern was, good Lord, what if everybody does? But it's in their contract.
yeah, and it does say if the budget allows, to your point, Commissioner Fowler. And I wanted to just do it because of the contract language saying up to $600 if it's job specific and relevant, I should say, more relevant than specific. And the benefit to us right now is, and of course it has to be in the budget to do it. But the good part is that this short-term period of time, we have I call the Alphon grant funding reimbursement. So the net effect, when in a contract, I know I'm bouncing, if I go back to the contract language does say they have to meet it at a certain grade point average, show receipt that there is that. And then it would be reimbursed. The benefit right now for the county is that we are eligible for the Alphon grant for encouraging employees to advance their education and job specific. And this course, as I was saying last time, if you recall, I do feel it very much is, along with the department head, is job specific and will benefit the employee. The net cost to the county is only $151.12. So that's a great benefit for this period of time. So I would like to ask for a motion, if you agree, based on what I've shared with you so far, to reimburse the employee according to the contract language, bargaining unit language, is up to the $600 if she provides the
Proof and
appropriate.
certification that she
Yeah.
passed and took the class, and we can I'll make that my motion.
All in favor?
Okay. And so I just want to say, we already got a first installment from the Alphon grant, because I have to submit it before they actually start the class, so it's in reserves waiting to pay her. If not, then I'll reimburse them.
Oh, that's awesome. Thank you very much, and good for her.
Yeah, oh,
Congrats.
very, it is, it's such a good morale booster, it's just a great wave, there's just so many other, when I waste your time on doing that, I get all excited about that. So one other thing for cleanup, and this is again, is just your guidance. So with, this is regarding Commissioner Fowler, as her role, from my understanding is she was acting HR director, and I think that's why I see a stipend out in our accounts was during that period of time, she was an HR, was that correct, Commissioner Fowler? And then, as acting finance director, and I'd like to write your resume, because it's amazing.
Yeah, no, it's not, but anyway, yeah.
So I just want to know if I need to ask, before I go to the finance department director and ask her to transfer funds. So right now, I think that when she was acting HR director, position does fall under the commissioner's budget. But when Commissioner Fowler was acting as the finance director, they have a budget of their own and they have their own full-time line. So I'm thinking that when she was in that role and we were paying her stipend, I think that needs to be coming out of the finance full-time line and transferred over to the commissioner.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. So is that something I need to ask? Because I'm transferring funds or requesting something. I think I
Well,
need.
no,
a
you're
form
not
from you.
transferring funds.
No,
Carrie's transferring
Yeah.
funds, but you need to explain to her, I can afterwards,
Yeah.
that this is where it comes from.
Okay,
That's rather simplistic.
yeah. So would that be something I would need to ask the commissioner's approval for beforehand? Or does the finance director?
Okay, you want to vote it.
Yeah, so noted.
Okay, then going forward, I don't need to feel like I bring it. Okay, I just didn't know where we were transferring. Okay, excellent. And that is it.
You want to do your budget now?
I'd have to go get the information,
Hurry
but
up.
I can, okay. I mean, I think I can tell you right off the bat, but we'll get it done. 122,000, I need.
Is that wrong? Hurry up. We're moving. Good morning, Dale.
Good
I
morning.
was concerned. I'm like, somebody calling. Dale's never late. Everything
Somehow I
okay?
get it on my calendar. Between EMA, 3 construction jobs and a hurricane, it looked.
I should have had my Fitbit
It's
on.
nice to know you're human.
Yeah, no, but just know we were worried. It's like first day.
Okay,
I saved you a donut, Dale. So,
okay. Alright, so I have my own tab in the binder. So
yes, you do.
I've been promoted. So you'll have to guide me on how to do this because I wasn't listening. To,
The only things that I saw right up front is I see, where you have your 2 personnel, first page, front page.
yes,
You have, the AM and then the SP, but you didn't fill in SP's line. You put it down on the part-time line, which I get, but she is an employee under you in your department, so I would have put her up there.
That's my fault, because.
Okay,
the
Barb
li-
owned it.
I only, because when you look at the line that part-time is paid from, we're trying to make sure it matches what will be actually coming out of NBS. So
Well, then it
You're
could go,
gonna find that, I think, same thing in, the EMA budget perhaps, that they wanna list their employees, but they're paying them from the part-time line
Yeah.
if they are part-time.
then
Because I
make a
didn't have
note,
it updated,
office
just-
assistant part-time, but that was the one thing I caught. I went through this budget, this morning like we all did, and I have to say, I'm grateful that, you guys have worked together and figure out who gets what professional services, a line in yours, postage. I gotta check, because Barb, I bet made you pay all the postage.
I did not.
I'm
I came up with those
in
figures
commissioner's
based on.
office.
So, so when I started, when I found out that HR was responsible for professional services, so any invoices that came in, I asked for a copy of it.
Yeah.
And then I was trying to keep track of those myself, and for postage, I didn't have a reference point to, in
Yeah.
the 7 months I've been here, I sent very little, but I wanted to put something in there just in case.
Yep,
um, I have a mass mailing next year with employees, or maybe a newsletter, something that might be nice to mail. I
What
didn't
is-
know what W-2s, if we paid for postage out of payroll for that or not, so I
That
was
would
kind
come
of. happy.
finance, wouldn't it? Paul? W-2s?
So I think
That's
that's
a good
payroll.
For some reason, I think it comes out of finance, because finance isn't, but anyway, it's
Yeah.
postage.
I don't know, I almost think
Yeah.
it came out of.
What's your dream here? Line 7100, capital outlay technology. What is this?
That would be, for example, Susan, at the time I came up with that figure, she has one monitor. So when I think of technology or a new chair, ergonomic, a new desk, furniture, I was thinking of the 2,000. If we had to buy she's so limited, that position is so limited on workspace right now. That's why I put the 2,000 for that. I've been trying to pillage or borrow from
Training
other
and,
departments.
training and education, you have 1,000 down. Now, where do you, so when the Alphon sends a reimbursement, and will that continue next year?
Yes,
It
for 2
will.
more years. As
Oh,
long as the funds were available. It was this year, 24 and 25.
Okay.
And that doesn't included my SHRM conference in May. It included a couple of trainings that I would like to take with MMA. And even considering what the Alphon would give back. So I say $1,000, could be 2,000 considering. But that also would include Susan, if I sent her to an MMA training, so it was.
no, I don't have a problem with it. I was just
I have my evidence, I call it, my backup.
advertising. Okay, so thank God, never mind. Advertising personnel, 4,000, because
No.
what was Indeed? I don't even remember. I know Indeed costs us X number of dollars a month, and it's obscene,
Yeah.
and
So I've changed the plan on that to only pay as we post,
As
and
as
that,
you
yes,
do it,
as we actually post a job. And that there was, but we're fully staffed, so I am projecting that amount based on what we've done this year. However, that being said, we're fully staffed pretty much right now, especially with the sheriff's office and the comm center, and those 2 departments were absorbing
a
our
lot of
budget
that,
line,
yeah,
yes.
yeah,
And so I'm just preparing.
yeah, no, perfect.
Especially when you take the comm center and they're posting it for 2 months at a period of time. And I'm familiar enough with Indeed, I can change it a little bit to save some money, but still, they were,
I don't even remember. I remember when poor Barbara and I were trying to fight with the credit card companies because reoccurring charges. And it was like $500.
yes.
You know,
Yes,
from Indeed, or $4.91 a month or something. It was just ridiculous.
yeah, it was like one recruitment in the past was set up as a pay per click. And if you don't respond within a certain time frame, you get charged $75. So it was ridiculous, but hopefully we'll be able to have a hand wrapped around it this year.
Okay, well,
I'm good. This
Yeah,
is
okay.
good.
we're good. Good to go.
So does
Thank
that mean you
you.
accepted it so far?
Yeah.
Thanks
Take
for
a fucking
sharing.
run.
Yeah.
I did good.
Dale, we're gonna work you back in right now.
Good morning, Dale.
It looks so good on my budget, you know?
Yeah. So, well, you know, my apparent budget is only up 2.4%. That's because it hit the telephone. If it hadn't been for that, it would be like 4.1%. Most of the 4% is due to the COLA. My actual, the first part there, is that contracts or commodities? Commodities. Is down $1,990 because my phone bill was $2,100. So it would have been up $110, but that came out. And the second piece to my non-salary budget is up $325. So the total is $167,895, which is up 2.41%.
That's it.
You could have sent Alta.
I was stepping into a man lift.
The Dale is a good enough.
Now everything pretty much I tried to keep level, but with the telephone bill coming out, that took my budget down.
Yeah.
Which
We're good
good
there.
for me, not so good for Jason.
Sorry to drag you down here for that.
Oh, no.
Yeah, apologize.
One thing I did want to throw out, later on, you're going to be getting A.D. Filson from Mid-Coast Council of Governments.
Yeah.
And she's gonna throw out mitigation grants and how we don't have a mitigation plan. None of the towns wanted to participate in putting one together. Well, since then, they've tied mitigation grants to, they've tied mitigation plans to climate change grants. So now Belfast, Alsboro, and Montville are interested. The other 23 towns are. So I told them that I would help those 3 towns individually develop their own plans. None of them have taken me up on the offer. But ADI has came to those towns and said, we'll write the plan for you. We'll get the money out of the feds and out of the county to do it.
Well, they're in for a surprise.
Well, on both ends, because nobody's getting on, there's no federal grants for mitigation planning right now.
Oh.
So,
Good to
but
know.
I just want to, we're gonna bring that up. She called me up, let me know. And like I said, I've talked to both Belfast, Montville, and Alsboro about, I'm willing to help them individually have their own plans. But they haven't taken me up on. The other 23 towns aren't interested. So, have other things to work on besides a plan that nobody wants.
Yeah.
So,
No,
just wanted
not even
to
try.
out.
No.
But that's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Dale.
Okay.
Thank you very, very much.
I will take a donut if it's okay.
Yeah. Nobody else eats them but me.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's go to,
Should we do that? Very easy.
yeah, okay.
We very gently and quietly sat down into the back of the room, like we didn't
Yeah.
see you.
Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, really.
I didn't know where you were gonna head.
Good morning.
Good morning, good morning.
Here's got a whole bunch of stuff.
I do. I'm organized. Hopefully I can answer questions that you ask me. I'm gonna start off with warrants this morning, just to set those aside. Start with jail. Your AP warrant for today for jail is $118,401.57.
Payroll is 63,311.13. Grand total of $181,712.70.
So,
Second.
all in favor?
And I will email you those numbers, Barb.
Thank you.
You're welcome. The county AP warrant is $186,638.30. Your payroll for the county was $225,167.96, a grand total of $411. $411,806.26.
Second.
All in favor?
And I'll email you those numbers too, Barb.
Or I could just get a copy of that, that will work.
I think it's sitting on my desk, actually.
No worries.
hitting me with it,
Yeah,
get your,
go ahead, Jim.
get your attention, right?
Yeah.
You already received the appropriation report for county and the jail, correct?
Do we have the jail with it? It's the jail with us. Oh, yes, it was. My apologies.
Okay. We received some more funds from two more towns. Sears Mont paid and Winterport paid, totaling $929,000. That went to the bank yesterday. So just to recap, six towns in total have paid: Knox, Morrill, Sears Mont, Troy, Unity, and Winterport. We have spent roughly $4.8 million of the TAN. We have roughly $680,000 remaining, and we have spent in interest, we have paid back roughly $80,000.
And a 2-week payroll, 225 for the county side, 63 for the jails, almost 300,000 every 2 weeks.
Correct. So within 2 to 3 payrolls, your TAN will be gone. So I do sit at my desk worried with each payroll and each AP warrant, what we're going to do, but money is slowly coming in. But I still feel that I'm still holding my breath.
Oh, yeah, you know, after I left, the other day, I decided to do a little research on money. Called up Sis, putting her on the warrant for October 3rd, for $600,000 or $800,000. Stockton Springs mailed us a check yesterday for $400,000. So money's coming in.
Yeah.
That's a couple million better off we are today than we were 2 days ago.
Yes, we are. Absolutely. Bank interest, just on First National, we have earned $84,000 in bank interest. So that just covers, if you're looking at, that just covers what we've paid in our TAN. I would love to give you general checking account numbers for jail and the county. I just don't agree with them because there's money still outstanding. And so that's where I'm at.
I move that we, accept the final financial.
Second, all in favor? Thank you.
So Carrie, what are your, well, you're gonna discuss in here your budgets.
I am,
Your
yes.
thoughts of, okay, I'll reserve those questions. Okay,
And did you want to move to budget?
why not?
Sure.
Okay.
There's budget's actually a negative budget because we took the phone out. Everybody's gonna wanna be you. Um,
So there are some increases. But I'll just go right down. Personnel, there is a slight increase in that, and that's just to cover some of the items that we've discussed and the 4% increase. Bank service charges, there was an increase from last year. This year, I reduced it kind of to what it was.
because of the situations that we had, that it showed that we ended up using that this year. Oh, okay.
I have a slight increase in your travel for training it for certificates that I'd like to obtain over this next year.
Yep.
Telephone, that actually is decreased now because that's gone into technology. Copier should be the same. Printing and engraving is the same. The dues I have increased, I would like to join the MEGFOA, which is the Government Financial Office of Accounting, Finance Office.
Very prestigious sign.
And MMA as well.
Yeah.
And then postage is the same, and the postage meter is the same. And then, I put additional training for NDS, Maine Municipal, and additional conferences.
Carrie, your equipment repair is significantly more. What, are you anticipating something? Have you broken something? Equipment repair is at 800. Last year it was at 500.
I think we talked about the fact that we are gonna, if you don't mind my jumping in, we know that Toshiba, shared Toshiba copier, scanner, printer, we've been told several times that we can't get parts for it anymore, and when the next thing breaks down, that's the end of it.
Which one's
Oh,
the
that's the
Toshiba?
one in the break room,
Oh,
which is our workhorse, and so yeah, and we're gonna do some negotiating with, she's got some great ideas. We've been talking with both, great, A Copy and Xerox to get some pricing on used, new, lease, pay outright, trying to find the best deal, and I think they're gonna try to work with us, but we tried to do a best guess based on that shared between the three offices.
So yes, and I'm sorry, I apologize. I do have copy your contract down here, so.
No, I have no other questions for you, Carrie, with regards to this budget.
Thank you.
You guys have a budget.
So that's later on. Oh, wait, no,
Why are we not doing?
projected revenues.
Why are we not doing all the budgets right now?
You folks like to do things in
Okay,
order.
okay.
If you wanna change it in the future, we can sure do that.
No, that's okay.
I think the other one is projected revenues that we can do right now. I struggled with this a little bit because I felt this is made up of a lot of departments that I'm not fully familiar with. What I ended up doing though is taking the last 5 years and averaging out and plugging those numbers in. And I do have this document if you would like to actually see it, but my numbers are based off an average of the past 5 years.
Oh, okay, good way to do it.
How much did we apply for tax advance, on the taxes this year? How much money did we apply for to keep us going before the money starts coming in?
Oh, 5.5.
5.5.
Yeah, I think we should increase that.
And-
Budget wise going forward.
And I'd be curious to see what the math is, because I do agree, because I know when I was trying to sit where she is, and that was several months ago.
Yeah,
I know I found myself losing sleep at night because and like I said, if it's costing 600,000 a month just for payroll, it is intimidating. We're at 5.5. Do we want to go to 6?
at least 6. I mean, we're paying the money back anyway.
Oh yeah, it just gets scary because these last literally few months.
Right.
It's really.
you, until the towns pay in, and then. Unfortunately, but quite frankly, the second towns pay in, like the first one that I got was Knox. I didn't put it in the checking account, you see that? I apply it right to the interest. Because all I could think of was like, oh my God, we gotta pay down this interest, because it keeps going, but. What, if we increase, let's just say to 6 million, is that gonna screw up your interest budget that you've already proposed?
I
And-
think so, cause I think
How do you arrive at that figure, by the way?
how did I arrive at what
Yeah.
figure?
The figure of what was it, 325,000,
Oh,
Right.
something for interest?
We just jumped literally budgets, and I apologize. We get distracted, but
so your TAN, you borrowed 5.5 at 4.9% interest. So I actually reached out to Jennifer Boynton from First National Bank and said, hey, if we were to get a TAN today, what is the interest rate that we would be looking at? And she come back with 6.22% at 5.5%, 5.5 mil. So I took the 6.22% and multiplied it by 5.5 mil.
is how you go.
Is how I got that $300,000 in interest. Now, if you want to go up to 6 million, your interest rate clearly is going to be higher. Now, those interest rates fluctuates on a daily basis. And so she said that she was going to keep me on the loop. But if you had to borrow money today, you'd be looking at 6.2.
Well, that's what I'm thinking about, we're not borrowing money today.
Right, yeah,
We're,
but she's got,
we're looking at probably next, what, March or April, before we borrow money again?
oh no, we put the TAN out in December.
Yeah.
The TAN, yeah, we wouldn't be borrowing it probably until February is when we'd be utilizing it. But I mean, so just for the listening audience, so that, because I know we bounce around and get confusing. The reason why there's so much discussion with regards to this interest is historically in the past, the interest that we pay back on the TAN is usually between 10 and 20,000. Which pretty makes sense. 2 years ago, when we budgeted, or this past budget, I should clarify that, it was budgeted, we had figured 19,000. Okay, that was a budget that was approved back in November of last year, 19,000. Should have covered the interest. We took out a TAN note for 5.5 million to run the county. The interest that we're paying on that TAN is 4.8%, which amounts to 275,000 plus or minus. That's so January 1, we were already in the red. You know, so this is what we're trying to figure here. So I mean, everything you ever knew about banking went out the window. So that's why we're kicking around. So now what we're looking at is on a $5.5 million note, interest being 343,750
Based
is-
at 6.22%.
is your
Yes.
your guess. And there is discussion that we increase it because, like I said, guys, 2 months ago, I'm serious. I wanted to tell you all to use the same pencil, and you know, because the towns don't have to pay their portion until November 1st, and then they're charged interest. And I mean, if you think about it, a town, they're gonna hold their money as long as they possibly can before they pay us. So there's weeks there that if you think that it looks like Carrie's coloring her hair, often she is. Because, I mean, I'm serious, I'm glad you're doing it, because I've told you a couple times,
Yeah.
like, whoo, so if we stick with the figure and hope that she's wrong of 6.22% interest, borrowing 6 million.
It's just gonna make that line go up more.
Yeah, it's just,
I would think the interest, I'm not gonna argue about not borrowing it, but I think the interest would be down a little bit, between then and now.
So, and I have an email thread here going back and forth to Jennifer. And she really had a hard time, her response when I asked her, hey, can you just give me something? Was it really is out of her scope. And so even just looking at it, if we borrow today, that is the percentage rate. Because my other question was, what are we looking at for bank interest rates coming into our accounts? And she said those would probably hold still right for now. But I just don't know, borrowing a 1-year short-term note, what's gonna happen in 2 months. A lot can change. It could go down, it could go up. I don't know, but I needed to have a confident number that I could give you guys and where that number came from.
I think this is the one area where you'll actually, I actually think we should increase it. I say we increase this, and it's stupid, but to 350,000. I know that sounds dramatic, but when you figure we had budgeted 19,000 and it came out 265, we were off by that much. I'd say 350.
Well, it's funny math in Washington these days anyway, but I think we need to increase it to another, what, $500,000, the amount of money we borrow. I don't see any point in being under the gun to make a certain date when we got good credit, don't owe any money, and we're sitting there sweating about money coming in. And it seems to me, in the calls I made, everybody in general that I talked to, and there's only 2, but others had fessed up and paid before, everybody about October 30th was thinking about sending money in. It's not November 30th.
Yeah.
They seem to be the date that they'll focus on, so let's increase the amount of money we borrow, have available if we have to use it. And I don't think we will. Are we using it, we're gonna use it anymore this year?
I don't know.
I mean, the money coming in is like $2 million, didn't it?
But you also apply that to the interest so that,
You do have to apply that to the interest. I don't wanna borrow if I don't have to.
Yeah,
And there is money sitting in our general fund that I do need to transfer into a couple of accounts, but I've held on to it to get us through payroll and AP warrants. So even though we're getting money in, I really need to transfer funds into a couple of the accounts that the money needs to
Yeah.
go into. So I'm hoping that with the money coming in, that I don't have to borrow any more of that TAN money, which I'm hoping will save us also on the interest. So I'm just kind of seeing day to day how this is going.
well, I'd rather make a couple of phone calls and have you borrow if I can. I mean, in general, the towns are pretty prompt about paying, and might have to nudge them a little bit, but I don't mind picking up the phone and saying, hey, we need tough times. We're in right now, we need to get some money in here. All the bills they pay. So are we in agreement, we're gonna increase it another $500,000?
are we gonna increase it another 500,000, or are we increasing it to 500,000, 500,000? I lost you for a second there, boss, because she was
What
asking,
are you borrowing now, 5 million?
we're borrowing 5.5 million, and the
Mhm.
payback interest on that is 265,000. I know it's 260,
270.
okay,
It's
so
closer to
270,
270.
round it up.
I think we ought to be on the books for $6 million.
Okay, so 6 million, so adding another 500,000 to that, and increasing the interest that we request of the budget committee
Yeah.
to 500,000.
Yeah, I don't think we'll use it, but we
Do you
need
have
to
the-
have it.
Do you have a calculator there?
I agree, I think. I mean, if it's not necessary to use the money, and who knows, maybe the banks will become more fluid and,
So that's 6.22% on 6 million.
is 373,000,
Mhm.
so that's a 6 million, so 500 would be easily cover it more.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so is that your motion?
Yes,
I'll second that. So we're increasing Department 2,000, the interest to 500,000. Anticipating borrowing 6 million this year.
yes.
And it's just crazy because,
We had years and years and years and years, the interest rate was 25,000 or less.
I mean, literally, it never, Matt, you've been here as long, I mean, never $10,000. And so when we saw that January 1st out of the gate, it was just like, wow. So if anybody ever gets a hold of our percentage sheet of increase, the interest has gone up. Interest has gone up like
A lot.
1,809%. It's just obscene, but
And we don't, the interest isn't charged, we take possession of the money, right?
We take
Until
possession
we
of the
start
money
using-
until we
Yeah.
start using it. Yeah, once you start using your TAN, then we're charged interest. so.
Okay, yeah,
and the sooner we can pay it back, the sooner we can cut back
Yeah.
on that interest.
And the interest, I mean, if you don't use it, you don't pay all that interest, but it's good to have it in case, and you
that's what
know,
I'm saying,
yeah,
cause they did do away with you putting about. the
No,
third
but I
week
mean,
in September.
it really, it's been obscene.
it's.
I,
And it's been a very unusual year. I know that I come into it, 7 months into the year, but I can see that just there's been a lot of unpredicted expenses.
Oh, yeah,
And I'm sitting there going, I'm just sitting there.
I don't know how I'm gonna
Watching
pay
it.
it. I don't know how I'm gonna pay it. I used to go home like that. I don't know how we're gonna.
So, but I think that you need to look at real numbers this year. And I'm not making these numbers up. They really are coming from a place that I'm doing the research and looking at, so.
Now, the revenue, did you talk to like Sharon and Stacy and them about?
I
the
had not
anticipated
talked
revenue?
to,
Okay,
no, and I know, well, I take that back. I did speak to Stacy, and she was going to look at her revenue. But again, I just looked at, the past 5 years and took an average and again, I think with the revenue you're looking at, you're unable to predict what could come, I think with, maybe I'm speaking out of terms, but you transfer taxes, a lot of your sales from mortgages and, I don't know what that's going to look at. We
and
had
she
a
said it was
peak,
down. No.
so. Yeah, I just based it off an average.
okay,
Carrie, thank
anything
you.
else?
No, because I think the rest of it, Annette should be here for too. You have the 2025 and 2024.
Yeah,
So
that's for.
2045, sorry.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for the job that you're doing, we appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
And
Thank
we
you.
have to make a few phone calls once in a while, we'll do it,
Of the towns that have paid, just so I'm clearing my mind, 80% are District 3, I think.
I don't know, maybe. Good job, pat yourself on the back.
Carrie, could you give a printout of what towns have paid?
Yes, I can.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I'm assuming that was a unanimous vote.
Yeah.
500,000.
We're on track.
Chris,
That's a good move.
Yeah.
That needs to be done. Good day, sir.
Good morning, how are you guys doing today?
morning, Chris,
Good morning, good morning. So, as far as the reporting goes, this week since I've been back, I've been catching up on all like the little past projects, trying to catch up with all those. That's been going well. I like doing that kind of thing. Bill, I know while I was on vacation, you asked for the air duct cleaning for the jail. I've called a handful of places. I haven't gotten any answers back, or they can't do it, so I'm still looking around for a
okay,
company to come do that.
What is that, the HVAC system? Is that what we're talking about?
Yes, yeah,
Yeah,
all
we
the
had
all the
the-
vents in their rooms and stuff,
people in jail had recommended they had some pictures of vents or hot air ducts or whatever they are, and pretty loaded up, so they were asking about, have we ever considered cleaning them? They said they couldn't remember the last time they cleaned, but it was like 15 years ago, so spoke to Chris and said, let's examine that, and see how we can find
And
out.
I did contact the person that was last contacted, that company, and I tried contacting multiple times and no answer at all. So I don't know what's going on with that. I called Serve Pro in Bangor, and then they recommended the office here in Belfast, but the office in Belfast doesn't do that. So I'm gonna try Serve Pro again in Bangor and see if they can come down here.
Who do the other jails utilize? Like Knox County or?
No, I could ask that too.
I was gonna say, ask them. Knox didn't they just have all their HVAC system? Yeah, maybe they would,
Bridges did something the last
Yeah.
couple of years too.
there's gotta be a company.
We can help with that, Chris.
Ask them. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Just catching up on all the little things now. So.
The budget shows an increase of 6.93%, and I'm assuming 4% is COLAs.
Yes.
For personnel and, how did you budget for like heating oil or anything like that?
So heating oil, I looked at all the charts and information that I had, the usage rate and the price at the time is what I can go by. So I was really more of an educated guess, kind of predicting what next year.
Chris, can you tell us, how you figured the old courthouse, the jail bill, the fuel bill?
Yes, the fuel, so it's. So I kept it at the same for now to better be safe and sorry, because I don't know. I've never looked at the number. I'm looking at the chart last year. It used a decent amount of oil and fuel. It used.
But as of March, we no longer are in
Right.
possession of that building.
Right, so I was a little worried still about the fuel, so I didn't cut down on much of that, just because in my mind, I was wanting to be better safe than sorry,
Yeah.
kind of thing. So I did keep it at that number for now.
How big a tank does that place
You,
have?
you got in the back of your mind with hiding with that building.
Right,
That's what-
yes, and
I
I did
didn't
that.
wanna Fill the tank up.
Well, that's what I mean,
Yes.
like, how big's the tank and is it full right now?
4,000 gallons, I think.
4,000, it was at, in the summer, which I turned it off, so none of it should be used, it was at 25, I think it was about a little over half full, still. Right.
You know,
Right. But as far as, and then the other budget, I did, take out a few things, because I did know, I was assuming by March, end of March, that we would be out of that building, so. I did cut a few things down, I was just worried about the fuel, just to be safe, I didn't know.
yeah, no, that makes sense.
And as far as electricity goes, again, that was more of, because obviously those prices are being hiked up like seemingly every week.
Well, currently this year, the budget, the electricity costs of, when I was doing it, were like three
Yeah.
times what they
You're
were
right. And
anticipated.
so I again looked at my charts, did the usage rates and how much the price is right now, and again, it was more like an educational, like just kind of projecting what they will go up by. And that's how I came to those numbers.
Yeah, but your figures aren't bad, Chris.
Thank you.
You feel comfortable with these figures?
Yeah, yes, I spent a lot of time really, because obviously this is my first go around at it, and I was really trying to get down to the.
The
nitty-gritty
figures
of it.
work, I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
If you're comfortable with it.
I'm comfortable with, yes.
If they don't work, Chris, we'll look to you to make up the difference.
You're gonna be
Absolutely.
siphoning fuel with that hose.
Yeah.
No, I have no further questions.
Okay, Chris,
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
guys. Have a great day.
Thank you.
the week court in the room. Jason, we will one. He hasn't been in yet. We want to fit him in.
Is he here?
Jason, are you here?
Yes.
Yes, I'm sorry, I was attempting to get it on my phone out there and I just want to drown everybody out with audio from.
Good day, sir.
Good day, good morning. Good morning, yes. So as far as IT report, we had our Motorola user group meeting yesterday. Had about 40 people show up in person and about 5 remotely from Vermont and Massachusetts. I just dropped off the security deposit check to Carrie, so we got that back, so that was nice.
That was the one that you hosted down
Yeah,
there.
Yep, so everybody seemed to enjoy it and have a good time and everything like that, so that was good. That's really all I have for that. Our phones for the new phone system are in Farmingdale, so we're working on getting a date for getting that installed. And I'll let you know as soon as we have that ready to go.
Is that the one that is going in the comm center? Or-
The comm center and the sheriff's office, jail, and then down in this
Okay,
complex.
yeah.
So, yeah. That's all I
Who
really
is
got.
that company?
CMC out of Farmingdale, Central Maine Communications, I think it's.
How many years have they been in business?
They've been in business about 40, I think. or
Okay,
so.
good.
Yeah.
Well, I just worry because these.
Oh, yeah, yep, no, they've been in business quite a while, and the vendor is Mitel, and they've been around for, I think, at least 40 or 50 years as well, so.
Good.
Yeah.
I like old.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep, they've been around a while, so shouldn't be a fly-by-night operation, so to speak. That's all I had for that, unless you have any questions for me, and then we can move on to.
Who knows, let's get down to your budget,
Yep. So,
which is up slightly.
but it's up slightly, just because we added a telephone / internet line, so. Yeah, other than the 4% personnel line change, I increased the travel / mileage line just because of the fees that Motorola increases a little bit each year for their conference or their summit, I think they call it.
Yep.
Other than that, it's the slight increase on the telephone / internet line, which is.
No,
Go ahead.
by we, I mean the taxpayers of Waldo County
Yes,
pay rent to the state of Maine for 2 or 1 large and a conference room down at the new courthouse.
yes,
And not included in that is another very large fee, actually the equivalent of what the lease is for
yes,
their internet.
yes.
So help me.
Yes, so I spoke to the VA's office and asked, how often do we use that internet?
I asked that question this morning. God.
And I was told internet / phones, and I was told not so much at all.
I was told full time, all the time, every
Okay.
day.
So I said, can we get away with a MiFi over there? Bringing a MiFi or setting up a MiFi there temporarily for $40 a month versus having a hardline internet over there? And I was told yes. So I said,
I didn't think of them.
so I said, okay. And because we're still under contract with that internet over there. However, we are trying to negotiate a new contract with Consolidated for phone service. So we're kind of in a good point where we can negotiate some things with Consolidated right now because they provide the internet over there. So in negotiating this new contract, I tried to say, well, if we enter into this new contract with you, can I cancel this contract and over at the court building and not pay any penalties for early cancellation fees? And I've been told yes. So I'm trying to negotiate some of these things into the new contract. So my plan is to cancel the phones and internet over at that court building and just get them a MiFi over there that they could use on the wireless internet and bring their cell phones over there with them. And I've been told that that would be acceptable. So I think that would save us quite a bit of money, and
I mean, it really would. There's no other department. It's not their fault.
No.
But I mean, there's no other department that $4,450.
Yes, yes. And I've been told that's acceptable for them. So,
That would be awesome.
yeah. My other plan is to, the phone budget obviously is high budget thing on my budget breakdown now. It's hard to exactly figure out that number because we're not putting a new phone system into the court building that we're looking to move departments out of. I don't know how long they're going to be in that building, so I don't know how long to budget the existing phone lines in there for.
We have to be out by March.
Okay, so that's what I wasn't sure, so I put it in for 12 months because I wasn't sure what the plan is there. So this number encompasses those 12 months. Again, because I just didn't know what the plan was. So if we had to be out by March, obviously that number is going to be lower, so I can refigure that number if you'd like me to do that. So that's obviously going to be lower. And when we negotiate the new contract with, this is at the $45 a month per line with Consolidated. When we negotiate that new contract, that number will also go down because of that as well.
What's it going down to, like 25?
$25 a line, yeah, for the analog lines.
And we also got rid of those 3 lines that you found at the comm center that.
Yeah, we're getting rid of those, and then any lines in this building will be going into what's called a SIP service. And that will be going down to just a less than the $25 a line, so. But we have to keep some analog lines for like alarm systems, elevator, emergency lines, the TTY line, I think it is up at the comm center. Those sort of things we have to keep the analog lines for, fax lines, that sort of stuff. So we do have to keep some of those, but most of it will be going over to the new VoIP system. So. But, and I'm also looking at consolidating, right now we've got quite a few cell phones through US Cellular, which doesn't, US Cellular doesn't offer an unlimited data plan. So you can't use it as a hotspot. So for quite a few people, we've got a cell phone that we pay $40 a month for. Then we've got a Verizon hotspot that we also pay $40 a month for. My plan is to move them over to FirstNet, which we can pay $45 a month for, and you can use it as an unlimited hotspot as well.
And
So
get rid of the hotspot.
So it would be going from $80 a month down to 45 and 1 device. So that's my plan as well, is to save that. So
How soon can we do that?
the US Cellular phones are out of contract at the end of September. So my plan is to start moving over to that as soon as possible.
Do the deputies have US Cellular or Verizon?
We're starting to move them over to FirstNet. Some of them have US Cellular because they're still under contract.
But they would also have a top part. They also have their own computers that are.
Those just connect to the Verizon hotspot or the camera system that's in their vehicle. So, yeah. Because the camera system does require a data connection to upload that video footage. So, yeah.
You don't have any more questions for Jason?
All right.
You're free to go.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Jason.
Yep.
All right, Paul?
Morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
So we have a little bit of an increase this year, which is the first time I think I've said that in all my years of presenting budgets to you folks. We are asking for a $10,000 increase in our court appointments line because we need to start paying our court-appointed attorneys and guardian ad litem more than the rate that we have been paying them at
Why?
$50 an hour, because they've been making $50 an hour. The state rate is now at $150 an hour. And we're trying to work more towards that goal.
Does the state reimburse us at all for any of that?
No, we're separate from the state, but I'm just saying that when an attorney takes an appointment through the state court system, they get $150 an hour. If they take an appointment through us, it's $50 an hour, and it's getting harder and harder to find attorneys to accept that rate. And we are required statutorily to appoint attorneys and GALs in certain probate cases. So it's not something we can ignore. And the plan is to start paying them $80 an hour, and then maybe over the next couple of years, be able to work up to a higher figure for them. So we've held it at 22,000 for several years, and now we're asking for 32,000 and another 10,000. Jump in anytime.
I was gonna say, can I jump in at this? I think what commissioners need to understand is that we are pulling attorneys from the same pool as the state. And although a lot of our attorneys do this sort of as pro bono at the rate we're paying them. I mean, the reality is if you can get a state appointed case at $150 or you can come over to probate court and get paid $80 an hour, what are you gonna do? I mean, it is very difficult to attract quality attorneys at the rate we're currently paying them.
You can see that.
So
And some of that money does get paid back to us in the form of restitution when the judge issues a party to help pay for their attorney. So we do get a little bit of money back.
So how did you base this? I'm looking at your detail sheet. Increase in caseload and time spent. How did you come up with this number of 8,675 for a salary? I don't see that. I have my last year's budget in front of me, and
Are you looking at the salary line now?
yeah, I'm looking at the worksheet that you presented to me with the breakdown. Personnel services detail.
Yeah, okay.
So,
So
but I've never
that's
seen.
different than the court.
That's,
Yes, but I've never seen it, and I have last year's budget in front of me, so
Okay.
I've never seen anything like that before.
Okay. Well, getting into the personnel, line, the pay scale for the elected officials is very outdated, and it's been some time since that has been upgraded. Judge Owens spends a tremendous amount of time in chambers working on cases, and even in the courtroom, we've had to schedule additional days during the week to handle all the caseload that we have. So it's not just time, it's not just a 1 day a week job, it's Judge Owen is in almost every day or checking in at least almost every day to work on cases. So I would like to try to bring that salary up to something more in line with the other probate courts. The current salary now is I'd say in about the bottom third of the state compared to other probate judges.
Do you have that information?
Upstairs, I had done a survey, and I got 13 counties to respond. So this amount, adding the 4% COLA that was suggested for the elected officials, and then the additional $8,600 would be just to get it more into a reasonable figure for a salary for somebody that spends a tremendous amount of time with us.
fortunately or unfortunately.
Fortunately.
Fortunately, what?
Fortunately.
Whether I spend more time, instead of fortunately or unfortunately. I think it is true. I mean, I know Sharon had done a pretty extensive survey. I'm not here arguing with these numbers, but she did a survey and we really are close to the bottom in terms of salary, and our caseload is greater than many of the counties. So again, it's an issue of attracting good people. I realize it's an elected position, or not for me at least, but for most it's an elected position. And I think you want to attract really good people, and it's difficult to do because it's far from part-time.
Well, sit with them.
Yeah.
What's that? What's that? Okay.
I am,
Yes, here you go.
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for the work you do. We can't have a very short break.
Thank you.
Sheriff, you're open again next. We're excited. Get your story. Our story straight.
He says that as he runs out the door. Yeah.
We're ready to go, Sheriff.
All right. Well, report wise, I'll just want to touch briefly on staffing. And I want to touch on that because I'm pretty excited about where we are with our staffing levels. We, as you guys know, you just approved our newest patrol deputy, which actually brings our patrol rank to fully staffed, which includes the 2 new positions that you guys gave us last year in our budget. And we have extended offers to, and which has been accepted for both of our transfers for the investigator positions. So we negotiated some starting dates with them that works for their transitions from their agencies. We also had to consider the fact that both of them have to find new housing in the area, because both of them, one moving from Oxford, one from Topsom. So working through the housing issue and the leave issue, but we've settled on some dates. So as soon as they get here, we will actively have full staff on both sides.
And
of the
they're
house.
all certified.
They are academy certified, yes.
Non-bio.
Good, good.
One of them graduated the academy with me. That's been with us, been in law enforcement for about 25 years, and the other right up there as well. So we're pretty excited about that. I don't know if you had anything else on the operations side you want to talk about, but other than that, happy to jump into some budget discussion. Before we jumped into the budget, I guess I just wanted to say a few things about how we prepared this year's budget and some of what will be here. Everything I'm going to say is something that I think all the commissioners are well aware of, but in case there's anyone out there in listening land,
That's right.
I want to make sure that everybody understands the numbers that they're hearing and why they're hearing them. So I've been down here in front of the commissioners over this last year, Matt and I talking with you about some of our staffing issues that we have experienced over, well, since COVID kicked in, really. And, you know, we experienced some significant turnover over the last couple of years. We got fully staffed. Again, this year, experienced some turnover. There's an incredible amount of volatility in law enforcement field right now with pay increases and benefit increases, schedule changes. And we, like many agencies, have been struggling to attract good qualified people away from some of those other agencies. And so that's why we had some of those conversations about trying to stay competitive. And we are incredibly grateful that the commissioners saw fit to help us with that this last year and give us an out-of-contract pay increase for, at least for the patrol division, to help keep us competitive. And I'm convinced that that was one of the key pieces to why we have been able to attract folks and basically be full today. But obviously that impacts our personnel line. And so there's a significant increase in our personnel line because of that contract increase. Another piece of why that number is higher, anyone who follows commissioners meetings knows that a year or so ago I came to the commissioners talking with you about applying for a COPS grant, looking for those 2 new positions last year. We applied for that when it came open. We were hopeful. Commissioners agreed to add those 2 positions into the budget, anticipating that we would get or hoping that we would get the grant. Unfortunately, we did not. So that leaves a loss of about $83,000 in our budget that would have been filled by grant funding. And so when you add that into the cost increase, it is another reason why our personnel line gets significantly bumped this year. So recognizing that on the patrol side, you know, and that there are a few other little costs here and there, especially around cruisers that have been going up. You know, we came into our budget preparation basically with the mindset that we were going to flatline everything that we possibly could and ask for nothing new. And that's what we've done. On the patrol side, again, anyone that's followed commissioners meetings knows that Waldo County has been part of an ongoing effort across the entire prosecutorial district to create a collaborative amongst the 4 counties and the 3 facilities to address staffing issues and boarding rates and a bunch of other issues that corrections are facing across the state. As part of that, our boarding rate that we pay has gone up this last year. And that is reflected in this year's budget request.
That's under the jail though, right?
That is under the jail. Yeah, I'm just trying to cap. So, so those are a couple of those areas that were increases that we saw last year. And again, when I sat down with Matt and Ray and Cody to talk about preparing our budgets, we applied the same philosophy and corrections that we did on the patrol side, and that was recognizing that there were some significant increases last year. We were going to try to keep everything else at a bare minimum, and so that's the philosophy we approached this year. Is that, but with that, I'd be happy to answer any specific questions.
Well, I see, I was reading an article the other day you wrote in referring, I guess, to a report on the state police from Washington County or something, and you wrote that, I know that they've been changing a little bit, but you in particular went very accusatory of them and beat on them like everybody else, so.
Barry's known they were pulling out for years.
Yeah,
Years.
yeah.
We
But
all,
they, they called up and Bangor to the Daily News, tried to get a comment from us, and we're all busy. We didn't wish to enter into it, but I appreciate you saying positive things instead of all negative things in your article.
Yeah, I think you're referring to the email I sent. I CC'd
Yeah.
all three commissioners, and I sent it to our legislative delegation for the county.
Yeah,
Because I know that there are those individual county bills that are gonna land in the legislature from Penobscot and Washington County, some others maybe, to try to address, and try to address their specific county issues. And I've sat through a number of MSA meetings where we've talked about this ongoing issue with the state police mission change. And, there are counties that have built their patrol services around no dependence on the state police for many, many, many years. So for them to have the state police change their mission really doesn't impact their operations because they've just never counted on them. But there are many of us who have, to varying degrees, depending on what our call share agreements have been. And as I said in that email, we've had a very positive relationship with the organization and with a lot of the troopers. A lot of the troopers that cover this area worked for the sheriff's office at one time or another, or are close friends with us. So we've enjoyed a very positive relationship, but I wanted to make sure that as the legislators were sitting in Augusta hearing these bills, they realized just because I'm not in the media speaking about this particular topic, it doesn't mean that we are not impacted by it. And our part of this budget increase is reflected in why we are planning and preparing ourselves for what is inevitable, which is the state police's shifting of mission away from patrol services.
I think a freedom of access request, going back, looking at some of our budget hearings, back to Sheriff Scott's story and them. I can remember, Jason, you were right there. I can remember Jerry Madden from the state police sitting right in there and saying that. So I'm just so over all that whining and screaming. We've all known this. We have all diligently, because you guys know what you're doing, have added positions over the year to our budget for this exact reason. It's no newsflash. Barry Curtis in Washington County is former state police. Has a really good eye on what's going on. So, I mean, they can all cry and carry on, but
well, there are some counties there are some sheriffs and some county officials that subscribe to the belief that the state should pay their fair share.
well, the state never has and never will.
My personal feeling is that it's probably a mistake for any county to try to develop some sort of a relationship with the state where we can count on a consistent year-to-year funding mechanism to compensate for rural patrol. I just feel like, I mean, we've pitched a number of bills, whether it was to allow counties to find a different way to tax other than strictly going after property tax. We have talked about different types of funding formulas. We've talked about all kinds of different things. They all get a very cold reception at the legislature. And I'm not trying to say anything negative about, I mean, I love many of our legislators. They're great people and they're working hard, but at the end of the day, they're doing their thing in the state. We're doing our things here in the county. And I just prefer that we have conversations here about what's realistic, what can we do? Because here we have some control over what we do and what we don't do, and what we think is appropriate and what we don't. And when you try to get into a conversation with the state to create consistency in funding over time I think it's unreasonable for us to expect that. And so I just don't want to waste time going down that road of arguing with the state about.
The way our jails stood when the state was funding.
What's
Okay,
that?
I said, look at how our jails were when the state was funding. If we ask for anything at all from them, then remember, you know, you're gonna have to give explanation. So no, I mean. we need
You
to-
sat through that whole Board of Corrections
Well,
scenario as
as I
well,
say,
so.
you're very kind
Well, I
in
think
your
that,
explanation,
you
but
know, considering the virus, it did a lot of things to us. And coming in here and sitting down, talking to your budget next year, to sit here and say, we'll add this position to be fully staffed is a major accomplishment. Because in this day and age, it's hard to remind people that they have to work.
yeah, because they don't, I don't know.
You know what, I know.
So a couple questions on your budget, line 3002, educational stipends.
You on the patrol side?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm not talking jail. It's 6,400 increase. So what? Is that a
On which line one more time, please?
Education stipends.
3002?
Yep.
It's a $6,400 increase. So refresh my memory, and I know.
Yeah.
It's so much a year.
The bulk of that, the bulk of the increase
Yeah.
is, the Union King back at the beginning of last year, we had to renegotiate with the compensation for the K-9 officer. So that's where the bulk of that is going as far as the, labor standard for having a K-9 officer and care for the animal when it's not on duty, we're still obligated to pay for that. So that's where the bulk of the increase came from in that line.
Okay, and under training, you've only listed 6,000, and if it's 3,000 to 3,500 per cadet at the academy.
5378.
Yeah.
Yep.
You've got what, 4 or 5 that are uncertified? When?
This is my plan for that, is to, with unexpended, if you go back up to 5375.
Okay,
That's like the in-service training and line, so like after you've already gone to the academy. So my plan is to try to, between what we have unexpended in the line that you brought up for 6,000 in the training line, is to this year pay for 2 guys to go in January. And then use those other that other $6,000 to pay for the 2 guys to go in the fall. And then reserving until the following year for the next person to go. The academy will limit you on how many officers from each department can go to the academy at one particular time. So I'm looking at sending 4 next year, and that's how that's my thought
that
process.
can get refurbished on that, with that Alphon grant,
I think
right?
she can. She probably could.
Advancing, yeah.
That was one of the questions I specifically asked them early on, and they said that we should be able to do that, yes.
I bet she could, you're right.
Yeah, so that's so to answer your question, that was the methodology.
Right, and we're limited as to how many in the year that we can send to the academy, right?
We're limited up to each academy class. I haven't received any official memo from the academy, but this is what I'm being told by the training coordinator. So because you've got places like Lewiston that has like 15 guys that need to go. Well, they're not going to send 15 officers In
How often do they have an academy?
twice a year.
So, just to be clear, the academy is open for new cadets twice a year.
Yes,
An agency can only put so many through. You have to pay
yep,
the academy to send somebody that is staffed by volunteers, staff,
predominantly,
right, I know we have
Oh,
people from our department.
yes.
Let's just make sure this is clear for everybody out there. So we're paying to train our people. Some of our own people are doing the training in an academy that we have to
At least they
beg and
feed 'em.
plead and lie to Jesus to get people into.
At least they're feeding them. I'll tell you, I'll share with you the most ridiculous bill I got from the academy just because it irritated me and I confronted them on it.
I wouldn't have paid it if I'd known, but anyway,
Well,
maybe I didn't.
but if it's gonna hold up the guy's certification, I wasn't gonna get in a real match over a $50 bill. So part of the entrance requirements are PAT, the physical assessment test. We have guys at our office that can administer those tests. We administer the test at our own facility. We use YMCA or whatever. Submit that to the academy that they pass the requirement, then the academy bills us $50 for the PAT test. I'm like, how does that even pass the straight face test? And like, well, we need that for a filing fee. I'm like, well, I've got some filing fees too. So, my point being is, you can't make sense out of senseless. I
would point to this conversation as the perfect example as to why we should not go to the state and ask them.
What, no, and just, you were being so kind in your wording, and again, all I can think of is like, don't take money from a snake.
Mhm.
You know, I mean,
so.
I don't have any more questions, Chair.
not on that department. Your jail budget is up 15.92%. By law, I don't understand how we can have an increase like that, so please explain that to me. According to statute, we're only allowed to increase by percentage without going
Is
to
it?
legislation. What's that?
3.1,
Is,
something like that.
yeah, and this is 15.92% increase.
Yep. Well, as I said earlier, there's the 4% cost of living increases, there's, personnel costs associated to the most recent contract that was negotiated. One of the biggest increases, near 40%, is in our boarding contract, which is, we had budgeted last year, $625,000. The contract that we signed with Two Bridges this last year is for,
That was like $200,000 more than we're paying Knox, right? Somewhere in there.
roughly, yes.
Yeah.
Yep. And then we've added $25,000 to that line for incidentals, because every once in a while, we end up in a situation where we have a specialty case where we have to house somebody out, and so we wanted to make sure we had at least a few dollars in there to compensate for some of that. Those are the largest increases in that budget, which accounts for the vast majority of the increase. And I recognize that there are guidelines to follow around budgeting, but I also recognize that there are certain costs that we've obligated ourselves to. And so I know
Sure,
that
I'm not getting after you for that. I'm just saying.
Yep.
You reached out to our representatives the other day for an increase that significant. I believe by law, it has to go through the legislature.
And I will say this, I'm the operations guy. So we all understand state statute and how it works. Once you guys have settled on a budget, I have to figure out how to operate within that budget. So as part of this process, I mean, I think it's obvious I have to be transparent in how I present my budget to you. How you decide to budget for that is completely, obviously, your purview.
Did you understand? I have not physically seen this at all, Jason, until this morning.
Right.
So I mean, I don't make that remark that you had spoken to our representatives out of anger or haste. You know what I mean?
No, I
I'm
didn't
just
think that
thinking
way.
like, literally, I don't think we can approve that large an increase in the jail budget.
Then I guess I would like to ask a question, and I ask it not on any malice, because I don't know the answer to this, so. The state does fund county jail operations. So we're supposed to be allotted something in the neighborhood of $800,000 from the state. So if that were applied to this budget, would that not keep us under the cap percentage increase, or is that not how that works? I don't know.
No, I think at the end of the day, you're thinking like, I'm thinking like doing our checkbook at home, like, okay, I gotta take some out of here to pay that. Which I agree, but at the end of the day, what the cap is, what the total of that budget is, it is what it is. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
I can say, well, I didn't have to go before the legislature because I was able to fund it somehow with a portion of the money in which you speak of. But the fact is, I've still increased the bottom line of that budget from what originally was approved at what, $3,038,390.
Can you underfund? I guess I think that maybe a better way to ask the question.
What I've seen in the past, and again, it was from not being the sheriff, but kind of being a spectator in this. I've seen the commissioners reduce specific lines, specifically boarding lines. And I was always under the belief that the commissioners intended on funding that difference, because if the sheriff at the time submitted a $500,000 boarding budget, and the commissioner said, we're going to reduce that by X number of dollars, and we'll find another way to deal with that. Well, to me, as a spectator, not being the finance person, my assumption would be that the county was utilizing some of those incoming funds to then pay those bills and not necessarily reflect in the budget. But for me, when I prepare a budget and I put it forward, my concept of this is that I need to put forward an actual operating budget. Once you have it in your hands, if you decide you want to use incoming state funding to offset this budget so that it does not reflect an increase and that you do stay under the cap, you could make the decision that I'm going to apply $300,000 of that state income money to offset, the boarding budget, and therefore I'm going to reduce this request by that number and then compensate it there. This is just, again, my assumptions, because I don't pay attention to the.
No. And I can see out of the corner of my eye, Carrie twitching in the back of the room, because now I'm gonna think like an auditor.
Yeah.
That'll make sense, but it's wrong. You don't, you know what I mean? It's still, yeah.
And again, I will not ever confess to being an accountant, that's for sure.
Commissioner Fowler, I noticed that our counties, I should say, are a lot more than 3%, like 8 and 9 and 11. And so I don't have that sheet in front of me, but someone has figured out.
That'd be good. I'd love to see that, but, and see perhaps how they're doing it. I mean, if sheriff's right and we can.
Maybe
somehow
we could kind of leave that open and do a little research.
Well, maybe you guys.
Because I always figured that we was at 3.1, we were just under the cap.
Yeah.
Well, what do I mean, at previous budget meetings, I've said over time, I remember some years we've had to go over the cap, and that was a motion of budget committee. I don't remember any legislature involved.
But that was with regards to the entire budget. Okay. And remember, there is a specific statute that those wiser than I'll ever claim to be created years ago with regards to the jails when the state gave them back.
You answered my question. It was.
And according to those statutes, it's very clear how we can do it. And like I said, I mean, I don't disagree any of the stuff you brought up. That's been one of my concerns when I was sitting in her desk. Like, oh my God.
How much are we over right now, Commissioner Fowler, do you know?
I don't believe they are over yet. I don't have the year to date in front of me. I don't think anybody's over yet. But, no, they're where they should be right now. 61.
I think we have some mechanism of what we're gonna do when we finish the day, that we can look at some figures and maybe move them around a little bit.
We're certainly more than welcome to come back and meet or do whatever you want if you have a chance to
I'd be
digest.
interested in the info that you've got, that that shows the different counties and what their jail budgets are and,
That's what I don't have it with me
and how they,
today, but I'd like to see that again.
yeah. I mean, maybe you can put some feelers out, sure. I don't know if MSA.
How
would
much
still-
have we, that jail is over right now? Where we usually are.
No, it's where it's at, it's where it should be currently, it's 61% expended, is
Yeah.
that what you're asking?
No,
No, no,
that's not what I'm asking.
You're asking about what we have budgeted, how much is that percentage over
Yeah,
what
yeah.
was last?
Yes,
and it's 15%, 15.92% last year, I believe it was 3. It was an
yeah,
increase of
3.1, I think.
3.
And it's tough for us too, when we're putting this together, because the pieces of the jail budget, it's the way that's broken down, there's a piece of this that remains a mystery to us, which is the finance piece, so I don't know when we're putting this forward, what the true percentage is gonna be of the increase. Obviously, if salaries increase, certainly other benefit things increase in line with that. I did work with Chris, or we worked with Chris and sat down and did that piece, so that was one little piece we had to go in and.
Yeah, but the oil and stuff, is that in your jail budget? Yeah, I think
It is.
Is it separate?
When we
Yeah.
broke that out.
Yeah.
For the authority.
Yeah.
Then, the Board of Corrections, they got everything in there, it's the only budget that
Should
actually.
I
had-
ask Carrie to speak?
So some of the other increases are your workers' comp, your health insurance, and those took a big toll, your liability insurance as well. So there was increases that Matt and Jason probably were not part of that are here that make a huge impact on this budget as well. I think, Barb, was it you and I, Barb, that sat down and looked at part of the health insurance, your FICA increase? So there's some things that these two haven't seen that we have that will impact your budget as well.
Thank you,
Yeah.
thank you.
Well, let's work with the info we've got. And at the end of the day, we'll see what we can.
Yeah, it'll be interesting.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
And maybe you have to cut that flow down 2 or 3 roofs.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Have a great day.
No, I can myself good things.
Morning, Mike.
Morning, how are you?
Good, you?
Oh, just ducky. I guess I'll start off just with a quick report. I'll just, the only thing I really have to report is that the Knox thing is still going well. We made it through the hurricane. They said it was a little hectic at times, but
Were you there?
I stopped in a couple of times to deliver food to them. They did a phenomenal job and got through it without a hitch. Did get an email from Knox County thanking us during the storm, and that their end was perfect and everything went well. So, as far as the budget, you can see I'm up just shy of 10%. That's before the phone system, the phone all get transferred over to IT. The biggest bulk of my increase is the maintenance contracts for the new radio system. I created a whole separate line for that, but that's what's really driving the budget up.
So wait a minute, explain to me your contract with the new radio system.
So each piece, it's kind of like how Jason has with his servers. He's got these maintenance contracts. So each piece of equipment has its own maintenance contract. So, and then RCM, the radio vendor, has their own contract. That's a 24/7, no questions asked. We pay up front, they go fix whatever needs to be fixed, and then we don't get a bill for it. So yeah, so each piece has its own, and that maintenance covers anything. It's like a warranty, basically.
So where is that in your budget, Mike?
It is line.
4605?
Yep,
So that's a new line,
that is, yes,
$66,065,
yes.
and that's maintenance on
That's all.
everything?
That's all the new, it doesn't cover, like, if we get a windstorm and it breaks an antenna, it won't cover that because that's not part of the like manufacturer's defect or something like that. So it'll cover anything that for radio, any software upgrades, firmware upgrades. It's gonna cover if a radio goes down, it'll cover RCM coming up, replacing the radio, sending it out to be fixed. We won't get a cost for it being repaired or anything like that.
How many years is this contract good for?
It's yearly, so 66,000 a year.
So you signed this contract for 66,000?
I haven't signed anything with them yet, no.
And this is just on the radio equipment, not to be confused with the technology that we purchased from the ARPA funds or anything like that?
So this was the part that we didn't throw into the ARPA funds because they had laid it out for 5 years. And we removed it from the original proposal and opted to put it into the budget yearly. And we can opt out of it, and then so if we do it this year and then next year or 2 years down the road, we decide we don't want to do it anymore, we don't have to do it.
But this is on all brand new equipment.
Correct, covers everything.
And they only want a year-to-year contract. I'm rather surprised.
I've got the breakdown is. So like for instance, on this here, the second year warranty, which would be from February of 24 to February of 25. Tate, which is the radio systems, was 10,900. The microwave was another 10,000. Each one's about 10,000. And then RCM's 24/7 system that covers everything, and that was 24,900 for that as well. And then the RCM one just covers anything that breaks, basically.
Mike, one thing I wanted to bring up today, and I've been thinking about this since we had a meeting the other day. And I haven't had a chance to talk to either commissioner about it, but I think it's time we consider the deputy director
Okay.
for the comm center. You know, you were big on that when we were having the discussion prior to some union meetings this week, and we've got a lot of moving parts up there, and I know you have to have, for various reasons, some time off from time to time, and it would seem to me flow much smoother if you automatically, the person sitting there, that everybody knows is in charge. And I was talked to Annette about this couple times, and she wanted me to ask me about writing up a job application, and I said, well, I haven't talked to the other commissioners yet, so that might be a little premature, but I would recommend adding $3,000 to your request to provide this provision for that going forward at some time in the near future, because I think the time has come that we should do it.
No, and I really appreciate that. One of my concerns.
When you need to be out.
Yeah.
Yes,
Right.
yeah.
And one of my concerns is, my health has been a roller coaster lately, and I think we really need somebody in there that if something does happen to me, that can automatically take over without a hitch and run the place until I can get back, or the inevitable happens, and you know, you really need somebody who can run it without having a disaster up there.
Yeah, I think it would be a good idea.
Right, yeah. It makes sense.
No, I'll work with Annette on that and see what we can come up with.
But she and I had talked about a figure we had kind of come up with was adding about $3,000 to your budget to
Okay.
go forward with it.
Okay.
So it's in the budget, would be in the budget for this year. We gotta do some gymnastics with the budget before we get out.
Yeah.
See where we are.
Nope, that's perfect. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Do you have any questions, Commissioner Hall?
Right, the critical testing line is up. Do we utilize that? Are we utilizing it? I guess it's the same amount. When-
Yeah, it's the same.
So
We
isn't
spent
that-
$35.95, but we've always requested the 3,900.
And you utilize this when we hire a new employee?
Yep,
or-
every new employee goes through that testing.
And you found that it's been useful and
It
successful?
has, we've eliminated people based on that testing and, people that we were like, well, I don't know how well I can do on this testing, have shined on it, so it seemed to have worked pretty well for us.
Why is supplies and maintenance up? What do you need?
I didn't increase on supplies and maintenance just because everything else has been going up. I figured that it wasn't gonna get any better with inflation. The other thing that I had added, was on the capital expenses. I agree, one of the chairs that we have, we bought back in 2000. And it's finally on its way out. And so the chair's 23 years old and looking to replace that. A new 24/7 chair is about $2,800. But we're getting 23 years out of them. And the warranty on them, some of the 24/7 ones I have now, 10 years old and a cylinder goes on it, they're still replacing it for nothing.
Have you tried to get the MMA grant?
I have not, no.
MMA does a grant every year for up to what, 2,000? I mean, it's just a start, but
Yep.
it's something. Perhaps you,
Yep, nope, I can definitely put in for that. The other request was for Power DMS. The sheriff's department's already currently using it. And it's basically for policies. You write your policies, you can put all the policies into this, it ships it off to the employees so they can sign off on it. So then there's a trail of whether the employees acknowledged the policy, when they acknowledged it. Then it's gonna help with discipline down the road, especially if somebody violates a policy, and then you can look back to see when they accepted it. Any new policies that anybody needs to see or write off will automatically get pushed to their email, so they see it right when they sign in. I think it would be an asset for us, especially where I'm starting to rewrite all of our policies, because some of the policies we have are so old and outdated. There was another portion to this that I just found out about that has really, really helped Saginaw County. And on top of that, it's another $4,000, but it's called Engage. And every 911 call that they take, within 6 hours after the 911 call, it sends a survey out to that phone number that called 911. They don't have to do it, but they do a quick survey, and they have a monitor up in the center, and it only shows all the positive comments that people say about the dispatcher that took their 911 call. And he said it's helped with morale down there. And he said it's just been a really, really, really great tool to see how the different dispatchers engage with the public and how the public sees the dispatchers.
Okay, this Power DMS.
Yes.
And that's-
Is that only relation to, dispatch and that?
Nope.
thing? Or is it general?
It's generalized, like I said, the sheriff's department's already using it. It's geared towards law enforcement, dispatch, fire masks, that kind of thing, towards public safety. But it's not strictly for dispatch.
you couldn't utilize any of theirs to,
I asked them and to tag on to the license onto theirs, it's just about the same amount of money.
I'm just wondering on that, if that could be something that is in personnel, that is general for any policy.
Yeah,
No matter what department. And not just have, it separately for every.
oh, I see what you're saying, do it countywide, yeah.
for Countywide, then it makes sense.
it's
Because,
$6,000.
We have policies, in every department. And so, it would be nice to be able to know if the people did read it.
Mhm.
Up on and so forth. So,
Yeah, I'm getting a lot, and I can do it with, so it doesn't have to just relate to policies on our end. If I'm putting out a memo that just has instructions on it for even if it's temporary, I can send that out to them and it'll tell me if they've signed off on like that memo and stuff like that. I found that whether they read them or not, if I put something out to them and ask them to acknowledge and send me back the memo signed, I get about half of them back. So,
But I guess one of the good things that I'm thinking of is that we're not a Fortune 500 company with thousands of employees. How many employees do you have under you, sir?
16.
16. And some of them have been there for quite some time. So I mean, I guess in the name of, we've got to find that if you cut somewhere along the way in this budget, it's, you know, yes, it would be great to have something that electronically, you know, they
Yeah.
could note, but with only 16 people, you could easily like pick up the phone and keep calling if you have to,
Yeah.
or everybody has technology that can text. I mean, whatever, I just,
Technology is nice,
Yeah.
but.
you still need it hard copy
hands-on.
and paper.
I would rather cut the chair before cutting the program.
Now, see, I can't believe that you would say you'd
Yeah.
rather take a 24/7 chair from an employee that has to be there 24 hours a day.
Yep.
Versus.
And part of that is, this is gonna sound good. I think that some of those other chairs I can refurbish, but the one that I wanna replace, I have enough chairs. I wanna replace the one that's 23 years old because people still like it and it's falling apart and I don't want anybody to get hurt. I think we could probably manage with what we have, but, both would be nice, I guess, and
Have you received that money from,
I got an
the
email
federal
yesterday.
government?
I got an email yesterday saying congratulations on the award. But I asked Karen, she hasn't seen it yet.
Yeah.
So,
I think some of these could come out of that. wish
well, and
list.
that's, I asked him when he did the quote to see if we could hide a chair somewhere in that. And he's working on that as well.
And I think it would be pretty amazing to see how much he could squiggle in there if you said, well, deal's off.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a 60.
And to me, a chair is more important than.
Yeah.
No, I agree.
In that, and that maybe requires you or your, deputy or somebody to actually keep a record of it. You know, it's nice technology, yes, oh yeah, press the button and it does
Yep.
everything for you.
Yeah.
But there's certain responsibilities that you can do yourself
Oh, yes.
without, $6,000.
I agree.
I'd rather see it be for the whole.
Right.
And all the. Just-
Yeah, I can, if you wish, I can find out what it would cost for the whole county.
I guess if it has to do with policies,
Mhm.
I would task Annette with seeing what she can find.
Okay.
And if it's gonna be something geared specific to law enforcement or communications or corrections or anything like that, I know Jason, IT wise has been utilizing, a grant finder, every month. I would be curious to see what's there.
I think.
And again, I think we wanna try to rein back as much as we can, because you and your department alone has the potential of getting some assistance or help,
Okay.
hopefully, maybe, possibly.
What are your thoughts on the survey software?
How much is that?
That it's $31.20 a year, but it's got a $1,400 implementation.
And
I don't get.
do you know what I mean? Again, I think, yep, that's a great idea, and then, I hate to say it, but then, well, we've gotta have another monitor just so that can come up and whatever.
Yeah.
We have the greatest dispatchers in the state, I mean, hands down, we've always said it, we're always lucky. But to spend that, and then there'll always be some catch to it, some lease, some amount or whatever. In the event you
Where
get a
money is.
windfall of money, I think that would be a great
Your money is so tight that
Yeah.
this does not seem like it's.
I mean, at this point, I've gotta swallow the 66,000 for the new radio maintenance contracts, cause I get it.
Yeah.
We're gonna dump this kind of money in it. We need to make sure that.
Stays
that
running.
they stay running.
Yep.
Above and beyond that,
I mean, I'm a technology person, and I love technology.
she does.
There's a limit.
Nothing personal.
No.
You know what I mean? I mean, it's quite frankly, I really am trying not to be a complete stickler because I see that you have that Schedule Express back in there.
So I know that that's been a,
Bone of contention.
that's exactly what I was gonna say. So we've tried to make the scheduling software in iSolved work and we just can't.
So how is it two other 24-hour departments, the sheriff's department and the jail, 24 hours, just like you, and I don't have to pay more for them to schedule?
2 shifts versus 7 shifts. So they're working with I don't know what their hours are, 6 to 6 and 6 to 6. So that's, you got 2 shifts that you have to work with. The sheriff's department is a day shift and a night shift, where all of our shifts are staggered over and you're trying to fill them. And now, I can't speak for the sheriff's department, but if somebody calls out, do they run short or do they have somebody come in? Where we can't run short. So as soon as somebody calls out, the scheduling program, they're putting it in and it's notifying the employees that there's an open shift, that we need somebody to fill it. And then rather than waste the dispatcher's time of answering phone calls, trying to find coverage, the system's doing it automatically. So we've nixed Schedule Express out of the budget because that was almost $5,000 for Schedule Express. Found one that does the same plus more for half the price. And that's what I put in the budget.
Because for a while there, the complaint was you couldn't make it work. Okay, so now you want to put something in there that people said didn't work, and now you think it's gonna work?
No, the whole thing was when we got iSolved was to try to make the scheduling program at iSolved work. It's not geared towards public safety shifts. And we could not make that work. Schedule Express has always worked for us. But I understood that the price was so high on it that I found another public safety program that we did a demo on that was half the price of it. So that's what we were looking at.
So how did you get by last year when we didn't fund Schedule Express?
You refunded it after, when iSolved didn't work. That's what's happened the last 2 years.
So why is it not down here?
It wasn't part of my budget last year because you cut it. And then after the beginning of the year, you refunded it. And that's what happened the last 2 years.
I'll go along with that. That's the only one, and I still struggle to understand how other 24-hour-a-day agencies are managing to staff, and yet this one can't. Extraordinary people in there, technology-wise, far beyond what I'll ever be, but yet they can't. So whatever, I'll give on that one, but the others, I can't.
How about, we're gonna add the $2,000 for the deputy director?
I have that.
Made
down.
a note?
Yeah, I've made a note of that.
Okay,
Will that be in the full-time line?
Yeah.
And does it need to be noted somewhere for supervisor or?
Well, I think that the deputy director would fill that last supervisor spot that I haven't filled yet because I was waiting to get fully staffed. That's why I only have that small amount in that, because that would be the difference between the dispatcher and a supervisor roughly. So I would imagine it would just fall under that position.
Is that the one that's 6,817?
Yeah.
So make it 9,817, does that sound right? Are you all following?
Yeah, I see now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, if you look under Director Larrabee on that personnel sheet.
Yeah, I see that.
There's
So,
supervisor with no name, maybe put / deputy director.
so that was.
I think that needs to be done.
So are we adding 2 or 3 to that? I thought it was 2. It's 3, I had 2, I'm sorry.
Yes,
Yeah, so it'll be 9,817. Okay. Make the change.
other than that, I don't think I have any more questions for Mike. Betty, you? Amy,
No,
And nothing else changed, correct?
Mike, you?
well, no,
Okay, that's what I need.
No, just removing the
uh,
program from my capital.
Okay, the 8,730.
The 5970.
What line? I'm sorry.
7100.
Cause I have that number 8770.
That was the total for both the
Oh,
program
but in
and
mine, removed how much else?
5970.
Thank you.
For the record, historically in the past, usually when we start bouncing back around these numbers, it's usually finance that's sitting here with their computer doing that. And I don't say that to put you on the spot, Carrie. Just know, usually you're sitting up here with your computer adjusting as we go. So
Oh, okay.
next year, get excited.
We'll go over these when I get done and we'll work on them together.
I don't think was there anything else that was adjusted in this budget? Sorry.
Yeah, no,
I was about to ask the same thing.
so we spoke about,
Are you keeping the scheduling express?
yeah,
And then, can I ask a question? About the 66,065?
Yep.
I guess my question is that going to be every year, or does the price go up?
that was my question. He said it's a
So
1 year.
Yep, I've got the breakdown here.
It's a 1 year, one time, or it's 1 year every year?
I know.
So it is. So that one's 55, 56. It goes up roughly 1,000 every year.
Yeah. For how many years?
It's 5 years
So they've got you.
through February of 2028. Yeah.
And we're talking about the contract, correct? The $66,000 contract?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, Commissioner Wall?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, Betty, you okay? Mike, I guess you're good to go.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Who speaks for advertising and promotion?
Your
This is us.
first group is with
Well,
Waldo.
we've got Mike and Monica. Good day.
Good day. How are you today?
Well, thanks.
Nice to see you.
Hi.
Good day.
Thank you so much for having us. I'd like to introduce Monica Pettingill, who is our development director, who joined us this summer.
Nice to meet
Very
you.
happy to have her on board. I think you all know me from Michael Hallenbeck. I'm the director of the Transportation Services Program. We have submitted a request on par for funding, a request for $5,000. We want to thank you as always for your long-term and strong support of the service support of the financing programs. As you know, or may remember, we consider this request as part of what we call our town funding or municipal funding program. Every year, we calculate the number of services into dollars and go to all the counties in Waldo County and request a flat 2.5% of the value of services going into those municipalities. And then we submit a separate request that I believe historically, we submitted one to you guys, to the county commissioners that I believe historically came out of, long time ago, we actually had some space in one of your buildings and the county commissioners back then decided to support the agency with an amount when we moved. And it's, the whole municipal funding program is extremely important to the agency. We run at this point approximately a $20 million budget. Services in Waldo County are hovering around $12 million. The only services we provide outside of Waldo County are transportation services. The funding that we raise from our municipal funding programs are extremely important to the agency because it is mostly unrestricted funding. Most of the $20 million budget that we have are restricted very, very tightly into programs and services. And as you may remember, we're at this time of the year whenever the leaves start turning that we're counting. So we're counting the beans of services for the previous year. And we do that in preparation of going to the towns. Some of them we have to get signatures for to get on their battle warrant for next year. So typically right around here, we don't quite have the numbers for the previous year. And we typically submit them to you as soon as we have them, which we have to have before election day. So the previous year's cycle will come to you shortly.
What is the total amount you asking for?
$5,000.
Same as the last few years, same as the last few years. Extraordinary job you folks do. Where are you located now? I know that you had.
My program, our transportation program. We moved to the Robertson School on 9 School Street. Okay, we just finished it. Yeah, we were extraordinarily lucky to have that building sit empty. It's a little bit rough, but nothing that can't be fixed. And we finished the move into that building last Friday. So this is the first week that we're operating fully with full staff, drivers, vehicles, and everything out of that building.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Very good. Good. That was a horrible thing that happened.
Well, yeah.
Now, you always, Mike, have presented us with this absolutely beautiful of how many people you took care of this year, and I'm assuming that will come at the end of the year, perhaps.
Yeah. Monica brought the ones from last year as well.
Yeah.
I believe you have.
Yeah,
and we're doing the same thing again.
That would be great.
Yeah.
We really enjoy all that information.
Yeah.
Good with it.
Yeah, I am too. We appreciate what you do.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for taking the time. Glad you guys found a home.
Well, when the place burned down.
I know, I was like.
I was standing and looking at it burning all night, and I have to admit, one of the things that came to my mind was, oh, thank God I live in Waldo County, because I have lived here for 20-some years, and I know
somebody's got a garage somewhere.
I know people will come together and make it work. It's great.
Good. I'm
Nice
grateful.
to see you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It was nice meeting you.
Nice to meet you all, and I'm sure-
as well. Certainly.
Thank you.
Who else is up to?
Next one is. Yeah.
No request from you.
Right.
Those two. So now it's.
Addie Filson, do we have the fire department? I don't think the fire chief is here yet, but the next one would be Addie Filson, if I'm not, I hope I'm not ruining somebody's name. Is that you?
Yeah.
Good day.
Hi, how are you?
Very well, thank you.
So you probably have the budget request that we submitted, but I also just have a different layout of it as well. It's just some bigger maps.
Who are you representing?
Mid-Coast Council of Governments.
Thank you.
To be the, mid-coast.
Yeah, so I know there's been a lot of confusion in Waldo County as a whole about
regional planning organizations and economic development districts, so I thought I'd just give you a little bit of an introduction. So we are both a regional planning organization, and you'll notice that there's two maps in that packet. And we have a regional planning organization district that's designated by the state, and then we have an economic development district that's designated by the on a federal level. And so for economic development, we have 4 towns in Waldo. And for regional planning, we have 17 towns in Waldo. And so, as you may know, Waldo County, between both economic development and regional planning, is split up between Kennebec Valley Council of Governments, Mid-Coast Council of Governments, and Eastern Maine Development Corporation. That causes quite a bit of confusion for everybody. But we have recently begun work in Waldo County. I was hired in February of this year to be the point person for planning in Waldo County specifically. And that's because I guess it was 2017 or 2019, there's a different organization, Mid-Coast Regional Planning Commission, I believe it was, that was serving the towns that we're serving in Waldo County, and they folded. And so pretty much as of this past year, we were given their region, and we came in and we realized how underserved our communities have been. Our goal, so I have like in that packet, I have sort of our work plan of communities that we've been working with. I established a monthly Waldo County planning coordination meeting to bring all the towns in our region together to talk about different topic areas. The one for September was based on LD 2003. I don't know if you're familiar with that. So that was a piece of legislation that the state has been imposing on small towns that basically says that they have to allow for accessible dwelling or accessory dwelling units and be compliant with those state regulations.
What is an accessory dwelling?
Basically like an in-law apartment. So yeah, so basically it has the potential to double or even quadruple the amount of housing in our towns. It's been kind of a bit of a disaster for rural towns specifically because it's really geared towards increasing housing in southern Maine. And so we invited the state to come to talk to our small towns to talk about how they would, what the implications for their towns are. You know, all these towns now have to look at their ordinances and come into compliance by July of next year.
Or what?
Or they'll be legally liable, so they can be
By
sued. So anyone that's like proposing a accessory dwelling unit, or if you within a certain growth area that the towns have designated, there can be up to quadruplexes, which is pretty wild, with adequate water and sewer. If anyone goes to the planning boards and proposes that and the planning board turns them down, the town can be taken to court and they will lose. They have no grounds on which to oppose this.
You realize every morning when you wake up, you can be sued for some of the craziest things you've never even thought of. I love the fact that the state can come up with more mandates and rules.
Right.
Those are all fun.
Right.
Does MacCog, do you go to the towns requesting funds? Do the towns pay you?
Yeah.
In the town report for the town of Camden,
Yeah.
do I see you on there?
Not in
Or,
that.
just an example.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So in
Yeah.
Knox and Saginaw County, the counties pay for all of their towns membership. So I think the budget request for Knox this year is around 60,000.
Yeah.
In Waldo County, we're going town by town currently because we don't have that relationship with the county yet. But so we do, the towns have signed up as members. And like I said, we just started working here in February. I think we already have 7 or 8 members.
That's excellent.
And we have other towns that are interested, but either can't find it within the budget or Yeah, so it's like Belfast, for example, is really interested, but they said, you know, only if the county decided to provide funds for that. But, you know, I think Waldo County in particular has been our county that's been the truest to home rule. And so you've, you know, as kind of stuck to your own sort of purview. But I think that this is sort of changing times, and the state and the federal government has put a lot on these small towns. And they are just all struggling capacity wise. And we're trying to provide services to them to help them with that. You know, our main strengths are strategic planning. So we're going into towns and trying to develop a work plan with each town that we're serving to say, what are your needs and look at how we can prioritize those needs for funding. One of the other issues is that most of the funding, the federal infrastructure funding, our individual towns aren't competitive for. So they can't really access that funding. What we really need is when you look at who's awarded the funding, it's either big cities or counties. So the only way for rural towns to get funding is to have a county-wide approach. And for Waldo County's at an extreme disadvantage because it's divided between 3 different planning organizations. And even though we all talk to each other, it's really hard to get 3 organizations with 3 regions that don't talk, the towns don't talk to each other, because there's this ingrained, division of what organization they're supposed to work with. So they've been really missing out on some of these federal funding opportunities.
How much money you're asking for?
We're asking for 5,000. I also we provided like a couple different options. I think right now we're asking for 5,000. I also put sort of a general figure of what it would cost to provide memberships for all Waldo County towns. So not just our region, but all Waldo County towns. And that, I believe, is around 49 or 59. I think it's the last page of the packet. Our region would be 39,000, and I think it's another 10 to 20,000 for the other towns. And I know that's a big ask, so I just wanted to sort of introduce that. I realize that Waldo County might not be ready to pay for all the towns to have memberships and to regional planning agencies. I will say that those membership funds, we use those funds for matching for grants. So, for example, the membership funds that we have from our towns currently, we're using to conduct a Knox and Waldo County wide culvert assessment. All of our towns have been really struggling with stormwater management and having roads wash out, especially local roads. And so we're using the funds that they're paying us. We have to provide 20% of the grant match. So those are actually, we're using that money to get more money to be able to do this work. So the 5,000 that we're proposing from Waldo County for the Waldo County would be basically a membership for you all as the county commissioners on all of your departments. So they propose sort of a menu of different services that we could provide. One of them is funding. So for example, sounds like you had some communications funding that, things that you can't necessarily find within your budget right now. We can take a look at sort of what items that you're currently paying for that maybe we could offset with grant funding. Another thing would be, for example, the reentry garden program. If you're interested in expanding that or having any sort of like new facilities or wanted to invest more in that program, we could assist with looking for grant funding and applying for grant funding for that. Something we did, I believe it was last year, we had an earmark request in for we got $900,000 for our region for law enforcement equipment. And so that was a reimbursement request.
So what did you spend that $900,000 on?
All of our towns submitted, that were members, submitted reimbursement requests for their law enforcement equipment.
That would have been nice information to see.
Yeah.
Actually, it was sent,
Anyway,
yeah, the sheriff's department did see it, and also, I believe, EMU. So, because there was some geared toward EMU.
Right.
So.
Dale goes on that, so Dale got Homeland Security
Yeah,
grants across the
They had to put down what they would like to have.
Yeah.
And submit it, but I don't think Waldo County. Submitted it.
No.
Yeah, so that was part of the issue. One thing I really want to do this year is submit earmark request for fire safety equipment for Waldo County specifically, because we've heard from so many of our towns that they're really lacking PPE. I think fire trucks are also, of course, an issue that I think would go a little, the earmark funding would go a little, cover less of that.
So you want to get in the business of buying fire trucks and
Not buying
fire
trucks.
safety equipment? Do you know what it costs to suit up a firefighter?
Yeah, it's a lot of money.
What?
It's like a couple $1,000.
It's like 11,000.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's obscene.
So what we want to do is submit an earmark request where towns would submit, usually we would make it around $1 million. And then towns would be eligible to submit funding or submit requests to that, sort of in the same way we've done our law enforcement earmark request. But I think Waldo County, is a really good contender. It's a very underserved county. It hasn't gotten a lot of the towns haven't gotten a lot of funding. And there's a lot of need. A lot of the equipment's out of compliance, and that's if we can make it a county request, that's a great story. And it really, all of the grants nowadays, and even the earmark requests need to be regional. People don't want to go town by town anymore. They want to see regional collaboration. So that's sort of where we're coming from, where, the funding scene has inherently changed and is asking us to get towns and the county to work together. And we really want to help Waldo County out because it has been so left behind.
Well, I think we're all set.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate you coming in.
Yeah.
Any more?
Oh, yeah, I mean, I sit on this board. I sit on the board of.
Thank you.
Yeah, happy to answer any questions. I know regional planning agencies seem a little undefined for a lot of people,
You're
so.
doing a great job.
Alright.
Yeah,
What's next, Amy?
Next we have.
Sorry, I want to be said, but may I add a quick comment in this context? Just 1 second, I just wanted that, that we are, Midcoast Public Transportation, Midcoast Connector, Water Community Action Partners. We are actively partnering with Midcoast County government.
That's cool.
And we're aligning our strategic planning for building out transportation services.
I am so happy that we've gone this way instead of the economic development way. Because this is helping so many more towns. And the towns don't have funding, so what we could do on the county level, I think is great. We could provide some funding. But a lot of the towns now are starting to sign on, and even Belfast signed on, a city, so asking for these services, and be a part of it. So,
Yeah, one of the
I'm very pleased that we went this direction, and it's helping the towns more than the economic development itself does.
Yeah, one of the things we just submitted a $500,000 grant for a Midcoast Regional Transportation Plan. And one of the goals for Waldo County there will be creating a transit link between Waldo County and the new Amtrak pilot that is expected. So we can make sure that Waldo County residents have that connection to Amtrak. So.
Thank you.
Thank you. We can either do Betty or we've got a Matt Boulder here.
Matt Bold,
Will do.
well, Matt,
Hi, how are you doing today?
good,
Very
you?
good, thank you.
Good. I'm Matt Bolduc, the founder of From Above Ministry. Come in to talk about requesting some funding for the homeless and less fortunate situation throughout Belfast and Waldo County. Some of you may know me as previous work that we did in Brooks for a styrofoam cleanup for Mr. Jonathan Magnuson. We were connected by Jason Trundy last year or a year and a half ago to do it, and so we went out to Brooks and we cleaned up 11,000 styrofoam lids that was just literally dumped and left. That was causing a lot of riffraff for the neighbor that owned the budding property that was just suffering with a lot of issues. And it was in his best interest, as he's just about gone blind now, to get it cleaned up. So last year we went out and we spent 10 Saturdays to bag it all up, just about between 10,500 lids to about 11,000. And then we made arrangements with Mr. Pinkerton to get it hauled to the the renewable energy plant in Warrenton. So that was a real blessing. I just wanted to start with that, as if you ever was informed about that, as that was just one of the things that we did for the community. But From Above Ministry has been around for about 5 years. For about 2.5 years, we used to help the homeless population, literally get them re-entered back in society out of the rut they would be in. And that takes a lot of logistics to do that. Though out of the 5 years, about 2.5 years ago, we decided that we were going to go out and do prevention work throughout Belfast, outer skirts, and Waldo County, the actual whole county itself. So what that entails is it's myself along with a handful of volunteers weekly that go out to a less fortunate residents that's experiencing addiction or close to being homeless from the conditions of the property. And that could be from structural rot, water damage, trash, rodent problems. All those things actually lead into more people in this day and age being homeless, as some things aren't taken care of, some are, and it's quite an issue throughout Waldo County. I have some pictures here. I was wondering if I could bring them up and show you about just some things that we
Do you
do.
receive any state or federal funding?
No.
No.
We
Everything. How do you run? How do you operate?
well, honestly, the truth is I put my own money into it. I don't have any money. I decided 5 years ago, from the life that I had, because I'm from Waldo County and I grew up extremely, extremely poor. And I had my run in with law enforcement for many years, and I had a drinking problem, and I quit many years ago, and I decided I was going to go out and serve the less fortunate people of Waldo County.
Good for you.
And that just gives you an idea of how I got there. And so right around when I decided to do it, I started to meet a handful of people that wanted to actually come out and serve, as I felt. As ministry is built on the gospel, though we don't try to push that on you. We try to re-engineer you back into society out of what rut you may be in. So the logistics of the monetarily thing, issue money is, I've funded it for the last 5 years, as the other volunteers have. And a lot of the things that we get are totally donated throughout Belfast from a handful of dedicated businesses to this day that keep From Above Ministry going. Without their help, frankly, I could not continue on, as our logistics is a Subaru with a utility trailer. We have a couple utility trailers, and my volunteers have their own tools, as I do, and early morning, we will load the trailer up as if we're called to a certain residence, and we'll show up and we'll do everything from basically cleaning your whole yard, whatever it is, and getting rid of it to the proper disposal. And we never charge any money, because that's based on the ministry of the gospel for us. So any trash can be, taken care of, any kind of metal, chemicals. And then if you have children and your house is in disarray, that's where our prevention work really gets in tune, is we will come into your house literally. Depends on the situation, we address it, and we will start with cleaning your house and trying to re-educate you what to do and what not to do, especially if you have children. And we will stay with that family or single parent throughout the weeks and months, and we may build a relationship, as I have a couple of clients right now that I've been helping for 3 years that have bettered their life, that have kicked drug and alcohol because of the prevention work, of the steady hand of, hey, there really is somebody that comes by 3 times a week and checks up and makes sure that these things stay in order, and the things that we set up in the community forum, they continue to do it. So we will do that for the residents, and we will basically stay there until the job's done. And we've taken care of everything from like the styrofoam issue, as I'll show you in a minute, to the things that I talk about. And
Those are pictures of the styrofoam map.
Yeah.
Just bring them up. I think I had shown the commissioners the situation in Brooks. So the town, the problem, Gary, I'll tell you, the problem is a lot of towns don't have anything budgeted
that's
for
what it
cleanup.
looked like when we got done.
Right.
For cleanup, and we had a situation where the town of Brooks,
And this is Mr. Magnuson, the gentleman that was greatly appreciated. He's really nice. I mean,
town of Brooks had thousands and thousands and thousands of
How much money are you asking for now?
of rubber
well,
styrofoam lids that were dumped on this property. Dumped,
and
and
that's
the
how
town
we bagged them up.
it really was ridiculous. So we did, this gentleman found his group
And then Mr. Pinkerton, we filled an entire trash truck with those bags.
so they took all the bags
Well,
out of
actually,
it.
it was a
And
truck.
it was
It was a truck and a half because
11,000 styrofoam.
of
lids.
the springness of the.
And they were blowing everywhere, and they were making such a mess, and the town had no money or whatever, so we were fortunate enough to find this
Yeah.
gentleman and we
And
gave him a
this
donation.
gives you an idea of other things we do real quick. We put tarps on people's houses that towns won't fix the roof. This was in Montville. This was the woman. She had 40 years of trash and the family throwing out the cleanup. That's what it looked like when we got done.
Oh,
And there's another picture of it. One of my volunteers, I shouldn't say mine, one of the ministries, and that was the one in Montville that got cleaned up. That's what it looked like. So you had to take a pitchfork and dig 3 feet of trash out of 40 years. And we wanted to help the woman because she couldn't walk anymore with her feet of diabetes, so she can't wear shoes or sneakers. So we assist her with, we don't have a picture of it, but we built a ramp with the lumber that was donated from Robbins Lumber up Sears Mall. So it just kind of gives you an idea of what we do. And that's the same picture there. You can just put it in the thing. So. the
your
ministry-
request is a bit high, I'm not gonna lie. for
No, I
first time ask.
understand, and I kind of feel that it's,
Find out what the request is.
well, it was 15,000.
Yep.
I feel though that as we've been asking the city of Belfast for 25 and they won't do it, if the money can't be given in any amount, would the community of the commissioners be interested in paying these handful of businesses a credit? So next, like the rest of this year and next year, that the From Above Ministry could just access the materials from, say, like Hammond Lumber, Arbishon, because we do a lot of piece on, like with the woman in the trailer. We always do curb appeal and drainage and the mud issues. We do a lot of building projects with lumber. Rob's Hardware supports us in a lot of plumbing fixtures. We actually have a guy that's small plumbing and electrical, so, it's not out of the question to show up to a trailer with a woman with 3 kids that doesn't have, has water, but doesn't have any kind of shut-offs or anything, so my gentleman, along with like people like me, will help him, but he will put all that together. And as we know, electrician and plumber cost a lot of money, but we don't charge any money. So we really propel people out of those holes. Griffin's on Route 3, as you probably know, the other place. He's a big donator of things, and if he can't donate, he's willing to work a deal. Like, not everything is donated, some things.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's that, so basically what I'm asking, I guess, for the ministry of the people, for the community, for the outer skirts of Belfast and Waldo County for the rest of this year, next year, would it be possible just for you to buy the materials of certain things at these businesses and set it up? So we could, I mean, I'm not really looking for money to be put into the from above account. We just want to continue on to help the people.
And I'm gonna step out on a limb here. I'm on my own here. I mean, Matt.
Absolutely.
When we found you guys, we were like beyond eternally grateful. What you folks do is
Thank you.
extraordinary.
Thank you so much.
Understand, my budget is composed by 39,000 taxpayers in Waldo County.
Okay.
So I mean, I have to be very cautious and know that I'm not just representing myself.
Absolutely.
On my own personal thoughts and beliefs. I have to do the others. I think what you do, and if we can find anything during this budget process for your group, I would certainly advocate for it. But I would never, ever, ever go out on a limb and say, because I hear where you're going. I think that's a great idea. I mean, I know people at Viking Lumber I could get you a good deal with. Maybe on my personal side I could, but county-wise, we aren't a business that can do it, anything like that, but.
So it would have to be an actual amount given to an agency into.
Yeah, we
their
don't
bank
subcontract
account.
with agencies to
So,
subcontract out.
so basically what you're saying is you can't go around giving like.
I can't say to
This
you
business
here,
3,000,
go to
this one
Hammond Lumber and
3,000.
bring me a bill.
Right.
I
Well,
can't.
so would that be an option if?
No.
No, so that's
No.
not, okay. So we,
No.
all right, now I understand.
Either we can allocate something, and we've got to look in this budget, either we can
Sure.
find something in this budget to assist your organization for the
Yeah.
great things it does. But I'm gonna take off this hat for a second and tell you, when I was a selectman for years in a small town
Yeah.
in Waldo County, you get all these extraordinary places that want funding, and we couldn't do it. So what we would do is, with their permission, say, here's the name of this organization, who you contact, and their address. Because there's a lot of people that would support and understand your group, but they don't know about it. And I would be more than willing, through our budget process, to pass along
Sure.
that information. But for right now, I can't. I can just say thank you.
Have you tried the grant?
You should have hooked up with what's her name that was just here
Well,
that
I
can
mean-
get grants for fire trucks.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have anybody at this point to do that, but I would like to state this, that the From Above Ministry has more calls on a daily basis.
I truly.
I mean, I really have some suffering people in the outskirts of Belfast, east side of Belfast, outskirts of Waldo County, and I'm just saying that so, it's just well known that every week I can't fulfill everybody's need. And the people have to want to do better too. That's a big thing, and I have a lot of them changing their ways and, but I guess I'll end with this. If anything does ever come available, I mean, the ministry would be grateful, even if it was a box of trash bags. I mean, like, that's how humble we really are, and I mean, I've been doing this almost 5 years, and I would like to continue on for at least another 5 years and try to better the people of Waldo County. And as
Absolutely.
prices get expensive, and materials are, it just becomes extremely hard to continue doing business. When we first started, we could go and do a project, you know, that was $3,000 now for $500. crazy, and even with trash and stuff, everything that's gone up, and, I guess what we'll just really keep relying on the businesses to donate, we're gonna take this again to city council, cause we're trying to, we have a large group in Waldo County that live actually here on east side of Belfast and the outskirts that would actually like a news station to come down and do an interview on why is east side of Belfast and the outskirts being neglected as the inner town is being glorified, because there's so much poverty and stuff up.
Good question.
Swan Lake.
Thank, Matt,
Well,
you have given us a lot of information, and I think we have enough to work with. We have a time limit, we've got to.
Oh, absolutely. Hey, I'm grateful. You guys shake hands or should I go?
Yes.
Oh, all right. Well,
Thank you very,
well,
very
thank you for
much.
seeing me.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you so much.
Melanie Dressler?
Melanie is Melanie in the room?
The t-shirt kind of gave it away.
I know. Well, I figured, you know, that.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you.
Melanie, come right up front.
Okay.
David.
So this is my first time coming to you folks.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. I don't know, it's kind of hard to find. You were telling me, and I was like, but everybody in town directed me. I mean, one person to another, so.
We do that on purpose.
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah.
I just don't give good directions.
Well, no, I mean, all of your buildings are so nondescript. You know, it's a beautiful town. It really is. So, is anybody familiar with Camp Capella at all?
I know I've heard of it. I truly have. I know I've heard of it. And I don't know why.
Yeah, so, I took over as executive director 3 years ago, and trying to bring, camp had kind of been underutilized and neglected for a number of years, so I spent the last 3 years working on our budget. I do grants. I was trying madly to think of a grant for that young man, but in any case, we have a bunch of Camp Capella runs almost completely on donations, and we have 4 campers that are from Waldo County that we're looking to fund for camp. So Camp Capella is a camp for our disabled public. It originally
The snowmobile thing.
Yes.
The egg run.
Yes. Well,
I've
no,
done
that's
that.
Pine Tree, and I wish I had their money. They got an $8 million grant, a gift, and they're living up the interest. I unfortunately do not have that.
Wow.
So Camp Capella is located on Lucerne. It's right in Dedham. And we had, when I first came on, they had never made more than $250,000 a year. We've increased their annual income. Well, I have, because it's only me, to almost $500,000 annually, and been able to do a lot of upgrades. So completely remodeled the bathhouse. I do plumbing, electrical, and carpentry. So I was in there with the Sawzall. The board might have had a small attack. But we have a new commercial kitchen. The lodge has been remodeled, new septic, new leach field. I put in new walkways this year, new water filtration system, and I just finished raising enough money to do the bathhouse over. So the public that we serve, one of the things that I find is that all of our disabled children get a lot of attention. But as they grow older, one of the things that I have noticed is that they end up in independent or assisted living facilities, and they are forgotten. I have campers that have been coming to camp for over 50 years. Camp has been it used to be UCP camp since 1960, and went out on its own as because UCP wasn't able to continue that in 2006, and has been running strong ever since. So I have brought our P&L reports from the last 2 years for you guys to look at, pictures of your campers that I'm looking to have supported by you guys in any way. I mean, this was my first time applying as well, and definitely the amount is completely, we'll take whatever anybody wants to help us with for these folks. Alex Hooper, I don't know if you remember Alex, he's a Searsport native, and his great uncle is Wayne Hamilton, who is a very big supporter of camp, and his mom, Jessica Lasore, is amazing. So they raised enough money to help me put in the new walkways this year, and I've designed a memorial for Alex that will be installed. But Camp Capella, I took this job, they bugged me for a year, because I have a business degree and, you know, and I've run construction companies for a long time and they were looking for somebody that could do it all because it's a small shop. The first week I worked with these campers, it changed my life. Really did. They are the most amazing people on the planet, completely guileless, absolutely loving. And this is their one thing that they get each year. The rest of the year they are at their assisted living facility. And I want to make sure that camp it doesn't just survive. I want it to thrive and grow. And we have 28 acres that I'm looking to develop next into handicap accessible hiking trails, which will be flat, wheelchair accessible, 2.9 miles that are going to be open to the public. I want to inspire our elderly and all infirm to get out and experience nature safely, because it's going to be handrails. It'll be available to everyone. We're putting in year-round bunkhouses, and I'm gonna build a ADA certified treehouse because I want my wheelchair kids to get up in there.
Cool.
It'll be awesome. So if I could leave these things with you guys, for you guys to just take a look at, feel free. If you would like to sponsor your camper, please do so. I make sure that all funds in any county go to their campers. It's really important to me. So, you know, Booth Bay is amazing. I've reestablished relationships with the Rotaries and your other different organizations. They're fabulous. Rockland's amazing. They're great. It's a lot of fun. It's the best job that I've ever had. And finally, in my 50s, found a calling that inspires me. So.
Well, you've inspired me. I gotta find out more information on this.
I forgot. Here's my PowerPoint, because I can't do a PowerPoint for you guys, but, no time, but there it is. It has everything in it and more pictures of the campers because they are amazing. And I want to, if you know any children, I'm trying to expand our children's program since COVID. Parents, of course, were very protective of their children, especially when they're compromised. Because our kids, you know, there's a lot of health issues, but we have a 3-to-1 ratio. We have RNs on staff round the clock because it is an overnight camp and a day camp. And so I'd really like to expand our children's program because these kids stay with us until they grow up, and then they stay with us even longer. So I want to make sure that we're here. Please think about it, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you very, very much.
You're very welcome. Check it out on Facebook. It's so much fun.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Thank you.
Are you Barbara?
Nina.
It's nice to meet you.
Can we pronounce your name? Is it Vinia?
Vinia.
Vinia.
That's okay. It doesn't show up on paper.
Vinia.
Yes.
The little
Yeah.
squiggle. I
The
saw
little
that you were
squiggle.
able to.
There's no squiggle.
I know.
No squiggle.
Never
Put it on her
is. It's
email, and I
okay.
have to figure out how she did that.
Good day, Vinia.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Who is this gentleman with you?
I am very excited and pleased to introduce my new colleague, Brett Johnson. Brett just joined the Cooperative Extension Office in Waldo County, and he is going to be shadowing me through the process of the budget.
And what do you do?
I'm an assistant extension professor for cooperative extension, and
That is a wicked prestigious title. What do you do?
So I put together educational programming for sustainable agriculture in Waldo, Knox, and Lincoln County.
Were you a
based
farmer?
on- I was in the past, yeah. Yeah, and I've actually also studied agricultural science in college at Oklahoma State University.
School.
Yeah, and I also organize programming at a statewide level for farm business management education. And so I'm happy to be headquartered here in Waldo County. And happy to be here with you all today.
Cool.
I don't have any updated business cards, but I did want to go ahead and hand, if I could, each of you one of my business cards. This was my previous position, but my email address is still the same, of course. And then my cell phone is also on that.
Oh, thank you very much, bro.
Absolutely.
Okay, Vinia, how much is your budget of it? It is 5.6%. I'm out of here. Good Lord, what do you want?
Bill, the tab is 2005.
Yeah.
So,
If you're looking
Yep.
for
Yeah,
it.
no, he's just looking at the amount.
Oh, okay.
so our request for 2024, our request is for $61,300. I am sure that you've heard from past units that I'm imagining that there are increases. due to
No, you're the only one.
Oh, Commissioner Fowler. So we are up a bit, over this year, and costs of goods and inflation are basically what is behind that, along with, the anticipated increase to our, staffing line that is sort of, prescribed to us by the university. But we tried to keep it flat across everywhere else that we possibly could.
I don't have any problem.
I've got nothing for you. You guys are great. You guys are great.
Yeah,
And I'm excited to hear about some of these programs. That's the only thing I could probably not ding you on, but it was just one day talking to you that you talked about, you teach these classes like of preserving or something like down at Thomaston. Yeah, like, I would love nothing more, and if you guys want a person to send info to, send it to Annette, our HR, or Barb, of some different classes or whatever that you're hosting, because I would have loved to have learned how to preserve without having to go to the prison to find it.
You don't wanna come down and take a
Yeah, I
class in
know,
the business
whatever,
room?
what, visit family? I mean, come on.
I'd be very happy to do that. My role right now is transitioning a little bit away from doing food preservation and to shifting to home horticulture, and also to working directly with the Maine DOC. So I'll be doing.
So what are you doing for Maine DOC?
Well, it started with that program in the
Preserving, yeah.
prison, the preserving program, but we're also offering the we partner with them on the Master Gardener program, and we're
Where are they
looking to kinda
located?
expand. The prison that you're talking about, we're working directly with the prison.
Is in
top-
Warren.
In Warren.
Which is in what county?
That's Knox County.
Huh.
Yes.
You see where I'm gonna be going with this?
Yes, yep. We should talk offline, cause I have made some outreach
I hope
closer
so.
to home and haven't had success yet with trying to get.
Yeah, that's.
Do programming with them, but I would love to. I
Yeah.
would really love to.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
I have no
Oh, good.
questions.
Good,
Terrific.
that's it.
All right. Well,
Thank you.
anytime you wanna come see that beautiful building you renovated, it's looking
Well,
very
yeah,
shiny.
yeah.
Come on by. We've got every single square inch of space there has a person in it now. We're really full to the brim with staff. It's very
Good.
exciting. Yeah.
Very
We've
good.
got somebody working in our old break room now. So we've got people in every little corner. We can stick somebody. So
Wow.
anytime you want to swing by, we'd love to see you over there. And any questions you
Okay.
have, feel free.
Thank you.
All right, commissioners, thank
Thank
you very
you.
much.
Thank you. It's nice meeting you.
Thank you for your support. I appreciate it.
If you all know any commercial growers, any family or people in your lives, I'd be happy to work with them directly.
Yeah,
in
yeah,
Delaware
no, I
County.
grew up on a farm and had my own farm for years and
Oh, excellent.
was pretty good at business and figuring things out and stuff. And Commissioner Shorey has probably the largest garden in Waldo County. That serves just Waldo County. But as I say, there's programs out there that unfortunately we hear about after the fact, which is really too bad when you think about, the people in Waldo County and what they pay, and then they don't get the services that are out there because they're not aware of them, so.
Well, I'll definitely keep that in mind with my farm business management education as well.
Super duper,
Definitely.
excellent,
Yeah.
thank you both very much.
You all.
We already did, interest. We had this discussion on that this morning, so we can check on one on, right?
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
All done with it.
Barb,
Let's
what
take
were
a
you gonna
break.
say?
I
It's
just
actually,
wondered if you
poor-
wanted lunch.
Poor Barb was trying to tell you.
No, it's okay. You started talking and I apologize. I didn't mean to.
I make a motion, we recess.
Did we want to, do anything with Belfast Way Approach? We're not asking.
I don't think we've made decisions on any of these so far.
No,
So, okay, so I'm not going to say anything.
no, we're gonna address that later.
There we go. There we go. That's the cue. Yes. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Medea Steinman and I am the Administrative Director for Waldo County Soil and Water Conservation District. I am joined here today by members of our Board of Supervisors. Andrew Reed is the chair, Jean Randall is the treasurer, and Don Cox is an associate supervisor. Thank you for allowing us time to speak to you today. We'd like to provide a short synopsis of the letter we sent in late August regarding our budget request for 2024. The letter was accompanied by our 2022 annual report and our PFAS resource guide and provided highlights from our last year. It included a summary of our work delivery, listing the 15 towns and counties we partnered with or where we implemented our programs. It also showed that we partnered with 34 groups, organizations, and schools in delivering 26 different program topics and events. Some of this work involved direct assistance to landowners, helping them implement natural resource conservation practices on their properties. As you'll note, our letter included a request for a 10% increase to our annual allocation. Unfortunately, we are experiencing a strong pinch in our budget. The reasons for this include impacts caused by the 2022 to 2023 inflation event, loss of revenue due to the discontinuation in building services we were providing at our office location, and a slowing of program-related grant revenue. We are acutely aware of the challenge you face every year, weighing competing demands on the county budget. We remain grateful for the last $1,000 increase we received in 2018, and we hope the county will be able to find funds to meet our current need. Thank you for considering our request, and we welcome any questions or comments you may have, respectfully.
So, how about a heads up, how's your life like every day? What do you do?
What's that?
What do you guys do? What do you do?
Oh, okay. Well, we didn't know how much time we should take today.
So far, there's nobody standing there, so.
Okay, all right. So, the Waldo County Soil and Water Conservation District is one of 16 soil and water districts in the state. And we provide a broad range of natural resource conservation services for county landowners and producers.
Like what?
So it's very broad. So anything from site visits to private residents who would like to get assistance in learning how to manage their plant and their woodlands, gardens, landscaping, water retention, water runoff, soil erosion issues on their own small scale private properties, to holding workshops on pollination, invasive species. We partner with Natural Resource Conservation Service on various land management and soil and water management issues in the county. So in the letter, we provided some highlights from the year. We've also developed a PFAS resource guide. Last year, when I developed that, we had been receiving a lot of inquiries about PFAS. In the last year, as I said in the letter, the amount of inquiries has really dropped off. But we have resources available to help guide people. It's a very confusing sort of labyrinth of information out there on the web, so we put together a guide. We've been working with Unity Pond, the Lake Winnicook Friends of Lake Winnicook Association, which oversees Unity Pond, and we just completed in December a 10-year, a new 10-year watershed-based management plan, an update to a previous plan. And we have now formed a steering committee to start implementing, excuse me. I should have brought some water in, to start implementing the new,
This water plan that you're talking about. So.
thank you.
What is water plan? How would I even know to look at you folks for a water plan?
So the watershed-based management plan is something that is done through the Maine Department of Environmental Protection.
Okay, so it's a state
So,
trumped up, planned up, okay.
so yeah, they have different grant funds to assist communities in developing a new plan for how to deal with, in the case of Unity Pond, recurring annual nuisance algal blooms.
So what did you figure out of this whole plan that you've,
Well,
community, take
okay.
a drink, tell me, what have you done, or what do you recommend? How do I fix it?
I'm sorry, I didn't include the 2-pager update. I'm gonna send that to you guys. We developed a 2-page summary, kind of a flow chart for municipalities. Andy, is on the board for La Friends of Lake Winnicott.
No, I was on the board. At the last meeting in August, I stepped down because I've got other things that I'm doing, but I'm still on. I'll be at the meeting on next Monday night, okay? But what we're doing is there's too much phosphate going into the lake. So I'm also on the state technical committee, and about 10 or 11 years, no, not that long, probably 5 years ago, the state technical committee, the DEP was giving funds for 2 lakes, one in northern Maine, one in southern Maine, and one of the things is because it's an impaired lake. So Tom Gordon was our executive director. I said, Tom, what about Unity Pond? So Tom brought it up. We got over $100,000 to work with the farmers and the land that flows and the water that flows into Unity Pond. So we did quite a lot of work there. And then
So just to stop you, because see, people ask us all the time.
Okay.
Like, so what does this group do? And I can tell all of you, I used to be a farmer. I don't know if you recognize the name. Grew up on a farm, was a farmer.
And one of the things that we do with people coming to the office and they say, we got a problem. And we try to connect them also with the NRCS, Natural Resource Conservation Service, okay? We work in their office because we get free rent out of that because we do help them with different deals. And one of the things, if you look at, we're starting a new program with Mid-Coast Council of Governors, all right, to try to educate the towns on how to do a culvert. And
are you in the road business also?
We're not in the road business, so we're gonna have professionals come in and try to get them so they can get some financing and try to help them get financing to put culverts in.
So you're not in farming anymore, now you're in
We're
roads?
we're in the whole thing.
So that's what I was warning you. It's very, very broad. Soil and water districts have been around since the 30s and the Dust Bowl era, but the mission has kind of evolved over time to respond to changing needs, right? So, you know, it still includes the mission of working with agricultural and forestry producers to control issues or help communities and producers, landowners respond to soil erosion issues and water quality issues. But it's also evolving to address a lot of natural resource loss. So plant and animal species, that's where, you know, dealing with private small residential landowners who are interested in managing their lands to provide resource for wildlife habitat or address soil erosion or water quality issues on their own property. Climate is an increasing concern, and, you know, issues with regard to municipalities trying to respond to failing culverts, bridge and dam washouts are an increasing concern in the face of increased storm frequency and intensity. So the mission of soil and water districts has changed over the decades. And especially now that change is becoming more rapid. So our mission is responding to that. There are some districts have programs related to bird habitat. And we can partner with those districts to bring their program services into our county as well, if we feel there's a need or an interest in that regard. We also do educational related programs. I was just gonna mention, we do an annual plant sale, which you may be familiar with. Mid-Coast Regional Envirothon is something we're involved with every year. We partner with 3 other soil and water districts in the Mid-Coast region to hold an Envirothon, which is an environmental science competition for high school students. We also have programs in the schools working with students to do garden planting, seeds, it's sort of an educational activities to work with students on soil, plant, water topics.
You have certain schools now that.
Yeah, so, yep, so in the letter that I sent, we summarized the schools that we work with: Belfast Area High School, Troy Howard Middle School, Ecological Learning Center. So those, they are, yeah, Unity.
That's the unit where the old, foundation is across from the post office. They
Okay.
come up with that school.
Yep, so, we just, as I said, we have our hands in all kinds of different pots. We have a collection of aerial photos of Waldo County that was bequeathed to us by the USDA years ago. We're in the process of having that digitized. We're partnering with the Maine State Library on having that digitized, and then it will be available online as well as in the office for, street traffic visits to look at those. So yeah, it really ranges far and wide.
We get a canopy grant, okay, which, Lee McKay did, and we did a lot of stuff with the park in Belfast. So if you get out of the park in Belfast, you're gonna see different trees that are all marked. And, that has been completed. They had an open house to that, I think about a week ago, when the Portland Press Herald was there to take pictures and stuff like that. I'm president of the Maine Association of Conservation District, which is over all the 16 districts. We have an executive director. We run the Envirothon program, and we just awarded the kayak. We did a raffle on the kayak to get some money for the Envirothon. The Envirothon monies, and I'm also chair of that fundraising. No funds from any soil and water conservation districts are used for the Envirothon. We raise the funds ourselves. We raise about.
What is the Envirothon?
Envirothon is a program where high school age students or high schools, and it can be a private school, it can be a 4-H group or anything, compete for, and there's forestry, aquatic, soils.
There's a current issue. So it's an international competition, and the current issue changes each year. As Andy said, aquatic, soil, forestry, and wildlife are the other 4 topics. And they have stations, outdoor, it's held outdoors. And there's an advisor at whatever high school decides to get involved in this. It's because there's a teacher who's interested in advising students to prepare for the competition. Then they come and they circulate among the stations and answer questions. We bring in volunteer judges who are experts in those fields, and they have to, at each station, they have an allotted amount of time, and they go around.
Really cool. How many schools participate in that?
It varies each year. This year there were 5 schools and 6 teams. Each school can bring more than 1 team, depending how many students are interested.
And we have 4 areas. Now, Maine is so large.
Yeah, that was for the mid-coast.
We have 4 areas that they congregate in, and the 2 of the winners go to the state, and the state goes to the national. The Maine's team, which came out of Spruce Mountain, it got 15. They were 15th in the
country
That's awesome.
to win, and it was held in New Brunswick this year. They've been in Idaho, they've been in Michigan,
Yeah,
and
that's
they have
really
to
cool.
raise their own money to go.
I'd never heard of that, so that's
Yeah.
really cool.
Yeah.
Could I ask what the size of your budget is per year?
Well,
We have it right here.
No, I mean.
He's that treasure right there.
Yeah, it varies widely depending on our grants that we were able to get. And when the Unity Pond contract came through, our budget went way up because we had a lot of money coming in, a lot of money going out. But it can range anywhere from 50,000 a year to 200,000 a year, depending. Yeah. But we're running a tight budget, and previously, the last 5 years, we were able to break even. Last year, we lost about $1,500. I did a forecast for year end 23 a couple of weeks ago, and right now we're looking at hard to say, -$3,000 at this point is where we're sitting. Things are changing rapidly, and I can't tell you what's going to happen in the next 2 months, but that was my best guess at that time. So that's where we stand right now.
And you receive funding from us, but also other grants. I see Department of Agriculture.
That's correct.
That's the state of Maine, we get 25 from them, 25,000.
At our annual meeting, we have an annual meeting in late or early December. And we also have a group that includes the Department of Agriculture, NRCS and everything. I'm chair of that. And we've been getting $25,000 per year from the Department of Agriculture. So I made a motion, and because I was a chair, that we go to $50,000, okay, from the state. The state did it in 2 terms. They approved the $25,000, and then for the extra, it had to go to a different committee and it had to be voted on again with all the other agencies that want more money. Instead of giving us another 25, they gave us 12.5. Okay, so that gave us, this year we're going to get 37.5, but we won't get that 12.5 until probably the middle of November or the 1st of December. We haven't had an increase since 2017 from the state. And of that, $2,000 of our monies go to the MACD, which is the ones that handle everything that comes in. And in other words, for a county to get a grant, it has to go through the MACD. We have to approve it. I'm on that board, I'm president of it. And the
What
thing
sort of
is,
grant would I be getting if I had to?
Oh, he means the for the district, so the district to get.
district grants, so Maine Outdoor Heritage Fund. All right, we look at that and see if it's worth us passing it on, and then they go to the Maine Heritage Fund, and that grant might be approved. It gives the money back to the MACD, which we've been giving 100% of those funds back to the district that gets the grant. So we run a tight budget also.
How would you feel? We said that we can't afford an increase in your budget this year.
I think we would, as long as you looked at it and you couldn't afford it, I guess we'd have to accept it.
Well, this is a really tough year for us. The toughest year I've seen in 12 years.
Yeah.
And we have to pull back somewhere. We're trying to not inflict any more damage than we have to on anybody, but that would be certainly a consideration.
You'd get the same amount of services you're getting now. We would not cut back our services.
Any suggestions?
PFAS. What are you doing about PFAS?
Okay, there's really, Rick Kurzbergen? You know Rick?
He used to be
Extension Service?
Yeah.
Okay, he and his boss.
He's gone now.
Huh?
He's gone now, right?
But he's a consultant for the Department of Agriculture now and working basically on PFAS. He gave, we had that meeting down to Portland, and Tuesday afternoon, he gave his presentation with his boss on PFAS.
And then today, we had a technical committee meeting for the state of Maine through the NRCS, and I listened to some 8:30, and I got through there at about 11, and it was gonna go to 11:30, but MOFCA gave another presentation on PFAS, okay? And what they're trying to determine, it's in the soils, all right, it's everywhere. And they're trying to determine, Rick is doing experimentation on different grasses that take it up. And they're looking at corn, and they look at corn to see how much PFAS is taken up. And basically in the ear, there's not much in the corn kernel. And they've worked with a farm down south, and they worked with a Tosha farm. Are you familiar with the Tosha farm in Fairfield? Okay, that was very contaminated. And there's an organic farm just north of the Tosha farm, and they've got that organic farm basically from up here in PFAS in the milk and the cattle down to about here, which is acceptable by looking at all the stuff that the cow eats and checking all the grains and everything like that, and trying to get them on pasture that isn't subject to PFAS. We all get fooled. We all get fooled because, you know, if you look at all the garbage that goes in, it goes into incinerary, it gets burned, and it's gonna be like 2,000 degrees. It doesn't hit that degree, it goes up the stack, and then when it rains, it comes down on everybody's land.
So, but my point being this, so when somebody says to me, Amy, what does Waldo County Soil and Water and Conservation do for me, the taxpayer?
Yeah. What do we do?
Well, what do I say to them? I just asked you, what's PFAS? So I want to be able to say, well, their position on PFAS, so this is what they've done. I need to.
We get them to the right person through the state.
So you're a middleman.
We're a middleman because we don't have the technology, we don't have the equipment to test for PFAS. PFAS test runs about $400. Okay, but if we get them to the right person, now the Department of Agriculture has already tested my land and my wells because I live about a mile from Hawk Ridge. Okay.
Yeah, PFAS testing requires hazmat suits and stuff like that.
I was just using that as an example.
So,
it's a big thing in your plan.
Right.
I need to, Commissioner Shore just said, I mean, this is the year that we're gonna find ourselves deciding, do we buy the Girl Scout cookies this year or not? Do you understand? So I mean, I need to be able to defend. I just had an organization in here that spoke of some great work they do in Warren.
Out of the district.
Thank you. That's not Waldo County. Do you know
Like-
what I mean? So I need to know, you want $28,000. I want to know what great things you do for me so that I can sell it to a budget committee. Cause
I get a call from another district that they had a problem with a neighbor on water. Okay, I had to go to my dentist on the way home from the dentist. It happened to be in Freedom, so I stopped off at the person's property in Freedom, spent probably 3 hours there looking at everything. The water runs from this person's property through his property back to the same person that was producing the water. And he was putting a dam in and backing water up on the individual. He talked to the county sheriff's department, he talked to the DEP, and he finally, then I've had to get back to him. It's a civil matter, but he finally found someone in the state, we worked with him on this to find someone, that said what they're doing is illegal. So the state is finally gonna come in, because they'd already been out to see it, finally gonna come in and try to resolve that situation to get the guy to take the dam down so he doesn't lose his trees. But he said, you're the last resort that I have to help me out. So we went and saw him. If we get a complaint from the DEP of a farmer, we go out and take a look at it. Like years ago, we got a complaint, you know where the Hunter farm is, all right, we get a complaint on the Hunter farm. All right, so I went out and looked at it because they said they're putting siltation into the stream. I went out and looked at it. It was the towns, when they ditched the road, they didn't stabilize it. So I went back to the town, I said, you've got to stabilize that ditch. And it wasn't the Hunter farm whatsoever.
does DEP replenish you guys for the time and the work
No.
that it takes you to go out and do?
No.
what the state
No.
doesn't do. Well, do we all see a pattern here?
The thing is, we get money from the Department of Agriculture,
That's
so it's
your-
our
blood
responsibility to
money.
do stuff like that. It's a lot better for the DEP to call us, we go out and take a look at it, and see if we can resolve the situation without somebody going out and hammering the guy that did the problem.
Right,
Okay.
We're
non-regulatory.
non-regulatory, we try to help them.
One other thing that
Situation.
we're looking hard at right now, and would like to increase our efforts is stream crossings and culverts. Towns road commissioners, select boards are pretty much freaking out right now because of increased storm frequency and intensity. It's a very serious issue. And Andy mentioned that we were approached by Mid-Coast Council of Governments, which is, they were the Mid-Coast Economic Development.
They've changed their name.
Yeah, so they, because they were doing recently in the last 6 months or 9 months, doing a lot of outreach with municipalities and in a feedback process, I'm not exactly sure what it looked like. But the feedback they got was that culverts are #1 or in the top 3 vital area of concern for municipalities right now. We had some big storms in the last.
So what are you gonna do about the culverts?
So we are partnering with Mid-Coast Council of Governments on some grants that they're putting forward to be involved in outreach to municipalities.
You're calling people, you're talking to people.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're gonna have a seminar for the different towns.
So can I
How to put them in, how to know
Can I
what size
just-
to buy.
Let me
Yeah, go
just,
ahead.
so one thing, we held a Stream Smart workshop in May for municipalities. We partnered with Hancock County Soil and Water to do that. It was held just over the line in Orland, but it was for both Waldo and Hancock County. Which was great. I mean, Stream Smart is a really great methodology. Towns, though, are really concerned about where the money's gonna come from. So I met with the chair of Hancock County Soil and Water immediately after that training session. And we talked and agreed, it seems like we need to figure out how to help towns find money. And help them navigate all these different agencies that are out there that provide money to address stream crossings, culverts, etc. So I'm working with Mark Whiting, he's the chair of Hancock County Soil and Water right now, to put together a workshop that would be specifically for towns in our 2 counties and bring agency personnel into that workshop to discuss how does that funding stream work? How would towns apply for that funding to repair culverts? Repairing culverts in kind, the same size culvert is not going to work anymore with the storm patterns that we're seeing now. So we need to help towns find money to replace culverts at larger size, maybe it's not a culvert anymore. Maybe it's not a closed round culvert. Maybe now it's an open box culvert that accommodates the stream flow and, that we need to address now. So Mark and I are working on planning a workshop it's a funding training workshop. We're hoping to do it as soon as possible, but we're trying to track down the right people at these different agencies and get them interested. It takes some coaxing. People are busy. There is a lot of funding coming down, federal money coming down the pike now, which is wonderful, but it's also making people busier because they have to find ways to spend the money. So everybody's busier, everybody's running around, in a frenzy, trying to figure out what to do with this money. Who can they work with to get the money directed to the right places? An example of that is a dam in Searsport. So the DMR we're right now working on funneling federal money specifically for this purpose, but they need to find organizations like ours and others that can work with communities in identifying
building support within the community, for instance, to get this dam removed. The owner of the dam wants it removed. Well, it also needs to be something, something that's worked with through the town council. And groups like ours can help citizens on the ground approach, select boards, in discussing, what's the pathway forward for addressing this dam. So we're talking about a lot of organizational agency partnerships, and DMR is not necessarily a group that works at a town level. So a group like ours can help at a very localized level with partnerships among individuals, landowners, nonprofit groups. So we see ourselves at filling a role in helping to build bridges and bring groups together to collaborate on getting these projects done. It's not a one-shot deal. It's not a one agency deal. You don't just call up and somebody removes a culvert, it involves and requires a lot of partnership and collaboration. So we're positioning ourselves to do that through partnerships, for example, with Mid-Coast Council of Governments, DMR, etc.
I talked to Dan McCall, which works with the Penobscot Indians, okay, tribe.
They're interested
I'm meeting
in that.
with him sometime next week concerning that dam, because he said, I think I can find some money for engineering on that dam. So I mean, we all work together. We gotta work together.
You have a recommendation?
Huh?
Either one of you, we want.
I'm not having any problem. Increasing theirs.
How about you, Commissioner Hall?
I was just researching while I was listening to how they differ from the University of Maine, Waldo County Extension Association. I was just looking to see
You're stopping by there. right?
Yeah, their mission is definitely, they are fantastic and amazing. They do amazing work. Their mission is much narrower than ours. It's farming and food is really,
They don't try to get into roads and culverts. or
No,
anything like
no, no.
They had an open house on the 12th, and it was my birthday, so we had a daughter over, so I said, I can't make it, but I'm gonna, on the way back home, you know where I live in Unity, and I'm gonna stop in it. I think they've got a new person there. I'm gonna introduce myself as soon as they do. I was on the extension board when we built that building.
We got him over there.
Well, thank you guys very much for the
I don't think in
information.
your position, I've noticed the inflation over the last few years has been dramatic and everybody's feeling the pinch. And I know you're hearing it from everybody at this point. Since we got our last increase, inflation has taken up 23% when we got our last increase. And just wanted to sympathize with your position because everybody's experiencing the same increase in costs. Yeah.
We all gotta find about $33 trillion before October 1. So you think we'll get there?
33
Oh, help
trillion?
us.
What? Oh, you mean?
He was being
That's the
sarcastic.
national debt.
No.
Oh,
The,
national debt. Okay, yeah,
The shutdown
Yeah.
is looming.
right.
Which is lucky. I probably shouldn't say this, we're not a sanctuary county. What the New York and stuff is going through is just unbelievable,
I guess.
We're a
with
sanctuary
well,
county.
because of the inflation of the immigrants that they're shipping all over the country. I mean, we've been blessed that they haven't hit here, so that we have to support them. They wanted to bring them into Union
Yeah.
College, I don't think.
Well, thank you for coming in.
Thank you so
Okay.
much.
Have a good day.
Thank you very much.
We're having lunch when you first got in here.
Yeah, that was,
Thanks for your time and
thank you.
You're welcome.
good day. So you stole Gary away from us.
You're damn right. We got wicked lucky, Tim. We don't regret it.
There too.
Don't regret it.
Oh, Bob,
Thanks again.
how about an employee benefit?
We trained her right, say.
That's right, you did.
That will be carried
Nope.
in. Have a good day, Andy. It was good seeing you.
I'm back.
Good.
And
Like
yet
to
you-
have you back.
And yet you want money.
I really don't, but I guess I'm gonna have to ask for some. So audit, just gonna get right into it. Audit, there is an increase. I contacted the company. We've been budgeting. Oh,
8,000.
8,000 on the county side. We need to increase that to 9,300.
You only have 9,000 written down here in the book.
Oh, did I get that?
Did we not fix that? Hold on.
I did, and you know what? I think I got into the wrong one and here it is. Sorry, Andy. I went through the books like 12 times when I was starting to get cross-eyed at that point. This is.
No, it is
that's
9,000.
interest.
No, I'm
That is
sorry.
interest. I'm sorry.
Sorry. Okay, it's been a long day. I got my stuff together
Yes,
now.
you did.
So $9,000 needs to come from the county, 5,300 needs to come from the jail. For a
But that'll be in
total
the jail's budget.
That is in the
So we
jail's
count
budget.
that right now.
So
It's
Okay.
9,000
9,000.
is the right number.
9,000 is the right
It's an
number.
increase of 500.
Now, let me, now also understand with federal funds, which ARPA falls under federal, an audit has to be separate for those funds. I'm assuming that you and Dale already are figuring,
Sure. Yep.
so make a note of that.
I recognize that, sure.
I believe it's anything over $500,000 received in federal money, you have to have a separate audit. This certainly was more than 700,000. Okay, so it's an increase of 8,500 on the county's audit to 9,000.
Yes.
And on the jail side, the audit, was,
It's 5,300.
okay,
And it was an increase of,
yeah, I see it, from 5,000 to 53, okay.
so 300, yes.
Yeah.
And that's an actual number, because I believe your audit last year was 14,200 in total. So I just brought that number up to where you're actually, what you're actually paying out.
Okay, that makes good sense. All right. Audit, debt service, we have no debt.
I'm not gonna ask any money for any debt. So
Never. Never.
we are zero there,
That's
no
right.
money.
Interest, we already discussed that.
Yes,
So just so we're all clear what we discussed, we're gonna increase what we borrow next year on the TAN to 6 million.
yep,
And we're setting aside 500,000 for interest,
yes.
anticipating.
And then Annette is here to kind of talk about the employee benefits, which is 2025.
So as you see from that, things have significantly increased. And that is, as Carrie was mentioning earlier, with the salary increases that have gone on with the new contracts for NCU, the sheriffs, that also impacts your benefits for Maine first. Life insurance goes up based on age, salaries, and FICA, Social Security, and Medicare, all that. It's 7.65%. That went up with the salaries as well. And so what we did, and I ran reports from ISOL for payroll last year, what we paid, and what I ran reports for what we paid to date for 9/14. And projected, we have 7 more pay periods, and projected what we'd be paying for those pay periods. And then we added a safe number of 10% to that figure for next year, because 4% of that will cover the COLA if approved. And then it's the sign-on bonuses, those will be all impacted and whatnot, that will be due next year. So I was very mindful in trying to project of the 10 employees we've hired this year so far. They receive the first installment of the sign-on bonus, and then in their first year anniversary, they get another sign-on, the second installment, and that's all FICA
Oh,
related.
it's numbers that we hadn't gambled on. We
Correct.
didn't.
On
Correct.
employee benefits, so we're talking about the insurance too.
We will be in a moment, yes. Yeah, that's right, Bill. Yes. So that's why you're seeing a little bit of an increase on the FICA lines. And so then we go into the health. We want to start right from scratch. One is the health insurance bill. And I know you had talked about increasing that when you were asking Carrie and Barb to add, to get that back up to where it should be. And Carrie can speak to how they broke that up, because the jail budget does have a line for some of this, so we did take that into consideration too. If you want to jump to budget for the jail at 1050, they also have a line for health insurance, and they have a line for insurance liability. Well, that's the liability insurance.
You know, we all need to agree that the health insurance is seriously underfunded. It has been for some time. And it's crazy to keep going down that road and fighting a battle that can't be won. So I talked to Bob several times this year, and I said a minimum, we need $1.2 million for that insurance to go up to, and it should go up next year, year after $1.3 million, $1.4 million till it gets to $1.5 million. It's been just terribly underfunded.
Yeah. Yeah, and so I
So as long as that money is in there to cover that, I'm happy.
think that's the goal with this budget bill, is to start with that. And it's been split because the jail budget does have a line item for employee insurance, employee health, employee medical, and pension retirement. So when we look at Maine PERS for the retirement, Maine State Retirement is Maine PERS, MEPERS. So the 2025 has a line for that, as well as the jail 1050. So we tried to be mindful of that when calculating the line items, the dollar amounts for each, not to dump it all into 2025.
I'd like to know, I got another question, and I'm getting a little bit off track, I apologize. But another question I had, at about 3 months ago, or 3.5 months ago, Malcolm always had a fund in Augusta that he maintained between $300,000 and $500,000. And when we were short any money, would call up Malcolm and say, well, we need $100,000. So we moved that to First National, and I presumed when it moved it, was into a separate account, but I understand that it didn't happen that way.
No.
Could you straighten that out for me?
Yes, so when I handed you your appropriations report this morning, the last page was the Waldo County Health Insurance account. So you have a copy, and it was put in a separate account. And there's about $500,000 in that account.
Okay, the reason I asked the question is that this is a good discussion to have right now.
520,000 in
That's
what is
good.
in that
Glad
account.
to hear that. So when I was talking to Commissioner Fowler maybe a couple of weeks ago, and she was talking about, well, we owe Malcolm for this and this, and it was about $150,000 or $180,000.
It was monthly payments on health insurance. We don't owe Malcolm anything. It was
All right, so she said, there's no money in the checking account to do it. Well, I would like to have it, you could send an email out and say there's no money in the account to cover the insurance. We could move 100,000 or 150 over to that account, so it was current all the time. Am I making myself clear? And what sense to have the money in the account, we're not gonna move it when we don't have any money to pay the insurance?
Oh, any money in our checking account?
Yeah.
Right, when there's no money in the checking account, you can't pay anything.
That's what Bill is
That's the point
suggesting
I'm trying to make.
is to take money from this other account instead of the county's
Yeah.
account to pay the health insurance.
Gotcha.
That is paid monthly, roughly, what did we figure, like 112, 125?
Yeah. It'll be up this year with the new budget, but when I had that comment from Commissioner Fowler, I said, well, if we have money sitting in First National, $400,000 or $500,000, why don't we just move 100, 150 and keep it? Because the insurance is as important as anything else.
I must not have that paper, Carrie, so I guess I just don't understand
Move that money.
where that
That's,
account is.
that's the national,
Account.
it's right there.
This,
That is your First National, that's the Waldo County Health.
Yeah, yeah.
this is our help, this is the only account we have.
This is the only account for the county health that we have.
Right,
Yes.
right.
So what is?
So you can't take money from this account
And move it to
to
some.
pay health insurance because
Malcolm
so the-
takes the money out of this
to
account.
pay our bills, to
Pay
pay
our,
your $70,000 hip replacement or your $20. That's the money that comes out of this.
so
It runs our insurance. So what happens is once a month, Malcolm says, you've got 71 county employees and 18 jail employees. And this is how much insurance costs this month. So of the 70 county employees, he's gone and he can tell, or you can tell, like, okay, so four of them are family, they have family plans, and 2 are singles and whatever. So that's how the figure comes out. So the county owes the health insurance $89,000. And the jail side, you got 4 that have families and whatever. The jail owes, it's usually like 30, 31. So what happens then is the jail's general fund pays, we sweep the money into the health insurance fund. That's how we fund this.
Yes.
The health insurance fund. And then Malcolm, every time there's a bill, or if Amy gets the sniffles or has a knee replaced, that's when you'll see minuses coming out of there, or any wellness stuff that we have. But this is the only account we have.
Yes.
For health.
Yeah.
So I was getting confused, Bill, when you said to pay the health out of this. I don't know.
We got a fund that has money in it for health insurance.
this is the only fund for health insurance is this account here.
It's got $500,000.
$520,000
Yeah.
when I printed
So
this
my
off.
question was, this, Commissioner Paula, if this is the case and a week ago, it looked a lot different than it did today. Money coming in, but I said, why are we having this, to myself? Why are we having this discussion? Why aren't we just transferring $100,000 or $150,000 out of this account to pay these bills? The
To pay
health
our-
insurance bill.
But you writing checks from that one, right?
No, we don't.
That's what you're talking about. You need to have one, yeah.
Well,
Money is automatically deducted out of this account from Malcolm.
Okay.
We as the county, if I'm understanding you correctly, Amy, we as the county owe Malcolm money and we transfer
Let's call it
money.
insurance, because it makes me really bothered when we keep talking about Malcolm.
I know.
You know.
So to pay our
Irritating.
monthly insurance, we have to sweep that from our general checking account
And our general jail.
and general jail to
Yes.
put money into the health account to make sure our monthly health bill is paid.
So
And then
that
the
we
health,
can
transfer it in.
I
Yeah.
sweep it in.
So
Yeah,
that we can
transfer.
pay that, I mean, just for an example, look, in a matter of 2 days, 76,676, here's another claim. 126,555, here's another claim. 68,888, here's another claim. 28,423. So I mean, we have to keep putting money into this account because we're bleeding money out of it in a good sense. You know
yeah,
what I mean?
but we do.
That pays medical, but so as I say, I mean, ideally, we always, I don't ever remember it being this low, but we always said that we needed $1 million in there. And now, quite frankly, I think Commissioner Shore is right. You need 1.2 million because just in a matter of 4 days, look at the amount of money that just went out of that account and
But the whole reason of my bringing this up was that we have the money in the account. It's just a matter of the money popping from one place to another one.
Well, I think Kerry feels a little better about the money that the county is sitting on right now, seeing as where some municipalities,
Have paid.
specifically in District 3, have paid.
But, so now I think she feels a little better. I know I would,
Yes.
but, to sweep it into there, but like I said, I mean, literally 4 days, guys. 4 days.
Yeah, so, my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, is I keep getting statements that are coming in from USB Bank, USB. And it's got like a, I don't know, a large 57 or something like that in there, but that's sitting there. What is the purpose of that? Because my understanding is that used to be our health
That used to be our health account. And then we left all of it, we took all of it out to put it into First National with the exception of a portion. Because that covers our, what's the insurance we have that covers insurance?
Stop loss?
Stop loss.
Stop loss. Okay.
And we
It
had
was
some
like-
older claims in the back burners,
Oh, okay.
so we just left that there.
Oh,
The
okay.
stop loss is around $300,000
Yeah.
a year.
So then, if you can explain, so when the Maritime sends us I get emails I get one a week, it's called the check register. And that's where you see these small claim type things. That's a combination of all the employees that have gone for that time frame. And those could be like 13,000, 26,000, so forth. But then once a month, I get an email from Maritime saying that you now owe 112,000, 115,000. That amount there, it's my understanding how it was explained, that includes our stop loss insurance premiums as part of that. So I don't know the difference between why, like the check register emails that I get that says, hey, this is the amount I paid this week. And then I get that larger amount each month. And I have to have another conversation with Malcolm because he did, a representative, he did explain it to me at one time and I just haven't connected the dots yet.
The stop loss coverage, which we pay per employee every month, a percentage, I wanna say it's like $3 and change or something like that. And that varies depending on how many employees we have.
Right.
But at the end of the day, I believe that that's just an informative paper that you're referring to that they send you, because I think that's built into the actual insurance bill. I could be wrong.
He will send us an email saying, make sure that there's enough money that could be, I keep thinking there were two different ones. I'll cut that out and have an answer. Yeah. So then to go on to, so the workers' comp, if I understood the budget from in the past, if we go to the workers' comp back to, when we go back to employee benefits, 2025, the line 4755 workers' comp, that's split between the jail and the county line. And that is based on employees' wages and job, and they have a percentage rate. And that's going to go up significantly because of the wages. So the domino effect of the wage increase is going to impact the workers' comp premium in which we pay as well. So that's why you're going to see a difference in that line item. The discretionary, the 5,000 line, the discretionary is just to cover something that we feel as an employer that we want to support an employee, or it could be a situation in which we don't have a line item for, and we had 300 or 500 in it in the past, and we just increased it to 1,000 because everything else went up. We added that kind of rule of thumb of 10% to try to add.
The budget's so short at this point, just add whatever you want.
I kind of went with the rule of thumb of 10% on a lot of this, just because that the things that were salary impacted, that 10% also encompassed the COLA of 4% impact. So, and then the cost of everything else, the workers' comp will go up huge because of the salaries. And the increase in number of positions too, because again, like Sheriff Trundy was saying, he got 2 new positions, they're coming on board shortly, and that will impact. So you're looking at salaries there probably of at least 125,000 between those 2 positions. And that domino effect of that bill is why a lot of these line items have gone up significantly.
So I got a question I'd like to ask. It's a little bit confusing for me. We're paying $5 an hour. They paying to the comm center for the answering the calls from North. And that $5 an hour, are we getting charged ourselves? Not the employees, for all these other frills?
Yep.
That will go on if we're not if we're not, if we are, we could lose a lot of money.
No, no.
But why wouldn't we? Because technically, we've increased their pay by $5 an hour. Granted, Knox County is to be paying for it.
But we're giving them what I call an invoice, so we just, 914 payroll was our first payroll that paid employees that $5 extra an hour. So we will take that total salary amount that went directly to the employees, and we're adding on per the contract. It was also going to include direct employer costs. So we will figure out this FICA, the Social Security, the 7.65%, and we'll roll that cost over for every $5 we pay, it will be billed out to not. So,
Okay, yep,
yeah,
good.
Maine PERS, any employee who, we have to pay wages on that for Maine PERS, any, for FICA or Social Security, they will get charged for that. So the end result, Commissioner Shuri, is that they would not cost us anything other than the man hours of developing the bill and running
That's
payroll.
what I wanted to know.
Yeah, no, that's not the goal, and that was spelled out in the contract that they signed
Yep,
in.
good, good.
And they did set up too, a direct, the ACA payment. Too,
Yes.
when we set this contract up, their finance director at Knox. So once we issue them a bill and they get it through their approval process, they will be able to pay that and turn it around really quickly. So I'm hoping we will have the first invoice going out to them next week. So at the next commissioners meeting, hopefully they'll, depending on when they get their approvals for their invoicing and billing and payments, I'm hoping we can have our first payment reporting out to you on that next, October 5th. Carrie will be able to hopefully report out to you on that. But it could be timing again, when their commissioner can approve the invoicing. And the annuity line you see went up. I mean, we're talking small change, but again, the annuity retirement. So employees that do not participate in Maine PERS, they have the option to go into the 457 plan, and you match up to $600, the county does.
Yep.
So we've had several new hires come on board that chose not to do Maine PERS and opted for the 457. So I captured that in this line as well. And again, added 1 or 2 employees for next year and making sure we were able to cover. I probably was being too detailed oriented, but yet trying to also project what could possibly happen next year.
I think I'm okay on that myself, when the employees being fixed. Satisfied that the prices are in there we want.
The final budget line for myself is, not for myself, but that I have, is reserves.
We can have it if you
All
want.
right,
I know.
do you have an up-to-date printout on reserves,
Negative.
negative?
What are you thinking?
Well, here's what I'm thinking, reserves, we got, and then may know the figure, how much we got in,
I lied. I do have an up-to-date figure.
That's okay, let him go.
Right.
Sorry, nope.
So I can speak to you on the severance line. The
Yes.
zero, I can speak to you in detail on the severance line.
how much do we have in severance?
So just so we're clear here, we want to talk about stepping on one another's toes here. You are the numbers person.
Mhm.
You can explain to me what severance
Right.
is, but that should be coming from her. I'm just saying that to be clear, but anyway. go ahead.
So we have been working together about severance. As of today, in that account, there's $54,000 in that account.
All right,
However, I have $34,000 sitting on my desk that need to be pulled out of there. That gives you $15,000. Annette and I have kind of collaborated on this, and I don't know if you got a number to get us through the rest of the year. But I could probably confidently sit here and say that by the end of this year, there probably won't be any money left.
okay. So here's what I'm thinking, this grant writing, the 150,000 was primarily for severance.
The 150,000 I was asking for severance,
Yeah.
yes, because, and I understand that historically, you've taken the ending budget at the end of the year and you've kind of divided it amongst the reserve accounts. But I can't sit here today confidently and say, yeah, I think you're gonna have plenty of money at the end of the year to fully fund these. I'm, again, new, 2 months in, I have no idea. And I really don't know the projection of what the end of the year is going to bring. And so when I actually looked at this, I broke out what your balance was in these reserves as of 2 days ago. And then I had a paper that was given to me that had a target reserve number, and I compared the two. My two biggest concerns is 0254, which is severance, and 0265,
It's technology.
which is technology.
Here's what I'm suggesting. I'm suggesting that we do away with this $150,000 you're asking for. And we're getting a check from Belfast shortly for the sale of the building, which will be $140,000. And I'm thinking we should divide that check. It will come to us about every 6 months. So we've got a money stream we can depend on. So if we took that check and we put $100,000 in the severance and $40,000 in the technology, that would leave us in pretty good shape on both of them. Is that right?
Yep. Well, I don't know, because out of technology, based on the numbers that I saw from NDS, without doing any corrections on that account, $151,000 was spent out of 0265 this year.
Well, we had a short time ago, 300,000 or so in the technology reserve.
So
That's
you
why I
have-
wanted an updated figure.
Did Jason drop off? He was doing a year-to-date for the commissioners and the budget committee, and we had gone back and forth on it. That would just kind of like what Jim used to do, so that this is what I've spent on this department, and this is what they've got for equipment, and this is what it cost you this year, and this is what I need to replace it.
Yeah.
You know, in 5 years, you know, like.
And we had that account built up pretty well.
Well, yeah, no, I know, but I can still remember, because like asking
Yeah.
Mike about how long the contract was with some program he was looking at.
Oh, yeah.
So Jason was supposed to get something like that to me. Did he drop anything off?
I know he was working on it, so I don't know.
He has been working on it. He's actually been going through the warrants and looking to see, because there's some inaccuracies found. So, but if I printed you off an NDS report just for 0265, you're gonna see that $151,000 was spent out of that account. As far as the inaccuracies, I don't know what those are and how much that will change.
Yeah.
The other reserve account that you have that does have
Future.
is future technology. The current total is 258,000. When I transfer over the 142 from the Knox funds, that will put $400,000 in future technology.
Because that money is already spent.
Right, yeah, the 142.
The 142
earmarked.
is
Yeah.
earmarked for a specific
But
purpose.
she's putting it in there so it's
Yeah.
safe, you know what I mean?
So if we if we get this 150,000, and Belfast is a reliable taxpayer, big city, they got a check, they got a cut within a couple weeks for about $140,000.
Do you have that paperwork back from him yet?
Oh, that's more, that's,
No.
what is it, 240? You better you question them. on
Maybe you
that.
might
I
make a
think it's
phone call.
240.
I know
Anyway,
they've been having meetings.
Yeah, everybody's having meetings, and they form committees and subcommittees, and they study it. You know?
I will call.
no, as far as I know, the lawyer was supposed to draw up the language.
When I talked to Aaron 2 weeks ago, the lawyer, the paperwork, she was getting it from the lawyers, and it could be right there. Might have been 3 weeks ago.
So I think that's a fantastic idea. I personally would fully support not raising the taxes anymore. But again, that decision is you to whether or not you want to take the money from the sale of that to put into severance and 0265.
I think we ought to take the money from the sale of that, and over 3 years, divide it once a year. Technology, severance, facilities, all other. and all the-
Health
Health
insurance.
insurance. So I think, the check will be, now that I think about it, was Commissioner Johnson wanted to pay 40% down, which is good. So we should take, if it's like 240, we should take a sizable amount, put in health insurance, severance and technology, and it will be coming about every 6 months, and that's how we'll fund it. And not have to turn any money over to the budget committee. Do you disagree with that?
I wanna see the paperwork from the city. Yeah, I can't even remember how much the check was. I really can't.
Well, I know it was 40%. And 40% of 7 million is
7 million, no,
Two.
not 7 million,
No,
not 7 million, 700,000.
700,000. Yeah, I wish it was 7
Yeah, really,
Okay, it's $280,000.
That was our.
but I thought it was 40% of a portion of that, I didn't think it was the full fund, I don't know, but.
I think this is the down payment. 40%,
I'm trying to find that.
that's $700,000.
Yeah.
40% of that.
Yeah. that
So,
was
so
it.
what you're hoping to do in doing that is, seeing as where everybody and every budget has significantly increased, your offering to the Peace Gods is cutting the reserves by the 150.
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah,
zero.
You're gonna take it from.
So that's zero.
Zero.
Okay, so that's zero, so. Okay, cool, now we're talking some numbers, so we've just lost 150,000.
500%.
That's right, okay. That's right, but don't forget, we increased interest by,
1,000.
yeah,
Oh, 1,700%.
more than that, remember we
More.
increased another.
Yeah.
The federal budgets that we just went through with the people, we're only gonna spend $10,000, and I think it's 39.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think that's what we're counting on. So we're picking up what, $29,000?
And then we saved 29 cents, but, so are we gonna go through these budgets now, cause I've got my own cuts and versions.
Let's see if we can, let's do it, let's see if we can agree while we're all sitting right here to get it wrapped up.
So I think you're all set with me though, right? I was just speaking to the 2025 account, the employee benefits, to explain why the pricing was changed, the dollar amount. So I think
No, it does, that's a perfect explanation.
Yeah, you're good.
It is,
You're
and I
good.
appreciate what you've got in
Thank you,
the
Annette.
budget.
Barbara, the only one that is, the records preservation.
Correct.
So records preservation, I hate to say it, but I'd cut it, I'd get rid of it this year, I wouldn't fund it. You had money last year, and I don't say this like you had
Oh, I
money.
know, and
Do
I
you know
had
what I
a
mean?
plan.
And it's like, buy what you need, get what you need, or whatever.
We
But-
just, all it was gonna happen with that was hopefully get some microfilming done that needs to be done. It can wait another 6 months.
Yeah, you haven't even had time to get in there and be able to
I
work in
know,
that.
I had a,
So-
yeah, exactly.
So I'd get rid of that line, there's
So we get
4,100.
rid of,
I can live with it, I'll make it work.
You're saying get rid of the whole line, all $4,100?
Yes, yeah, it's down to zero.
Okay.
I'll choose the boxes we have and not send anybody.
So-
and promotion.
So should we start right from the top? The first budget that came through was EMA. There was
Okay.
no increases, I mean, it's all.
No, the first 5 or 6 of them,
Well, yeah, we started off good. I started good. What the hell? Okay, so. I have right down to technology, all of them are good. I've got a note, if you would get after Jason, because I really.
He
to
truly
forward
has
it.
been working on them and it like.
Oh, I'm not doubting it. We
like
spoke the other
many
day.
Projects.
Yeah,
If he
but-
got some other
Well, thank God
projects,
that,
yeah.
that he's got Ray that can pick up on some slack for him.
You know, for years, when Jim was doing technology, we paid around $250,000. So I look at this 223 and say, well, that's not too bad.
It's just moved. Registry of Deeds, with the exception of, personnel increase that didn't go through us, that's in there, whatever. Probate court, same thing. I'm bothered by the fact that employees compensation increases go through, they're supposed to go through this department
Yeah,
with
it's
explanation.
kind of sneaking in.
It is, it's very unfortunate, I'm a little disappointed then. Sheriff's Department is vague, I mean, what can you say? It is what it is. I hope that we can get some of these deputies certified. I'm not gonna say that I'm not bothered that we've got so many uncertified, but I'm sure that that's a significant stress for them.
Them too.
Yeah.
You know, because they have
Yeah.
to be careful what they put on.
Significant stress there, so there's nothing I can do there. Comm center and dispatch. Again, I'm bothered that we have to spend some extra money to do a schedule for a 24-hour department, that we have other 24-hour departments, to make that clear, whatever.
And then you added, 3,000 to the. For our deputy director line in that budget.
In
Oh,
the comm
3,000?
center. Yeah.
Isn't that what you said, 3,000?
Yeah, 3,000.
That's what I heard too the first time.
3,000.
What?
3,000.
No, it's 3,000.
You heard 50. I did, and then when he said it again, I thought, wow, I really heard that wrong.
What did you hear?
We thought he said 50,000.
No, it's 3.
Oh, I wrote down 50,000. I put recommended
I
50,000.
did too.
But
and then
you
when he
said
it again-
3,000?
Yes, and then,
Oh.
but I think you weren't here when he said it the second time, and then I realized I had.
You know, I think the deal is
But I heard
that
that.
there's a person in there that will get that job. And like Annette suggested, maybe a $3,000 increase in the salary.
So you're just saying add a deputy then and put 3,000, the
Yeah.
part-time deputy.
Increase
for-
somebody's position,
See the,
probably a supervisor up to a
The
deputy
shift
director.
supervisor line at the top, right under Director Larrabee, he pointed that out and said he hadn't filled it yet. And so I said, should I put like a / deputy director, like this person is not gonna be that, I don't know when they're gonna make them that, but. he
Oh, the
said
shift
yes.
supervisor?
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
gonna put / deputy director.
/step, and then we wanna go 3,000 on
That would
that.
be $9,817.
Oh, 9,000.
So here was my thought, so if we increase that by 3,000. And then we took away 5970 for the power
Yes.
DMS.
Yeah.
So that
Well-
department basically saw a discount or a cut of 2970, you should reflect.
So, because I don't have a calculator, when you remove
Oh, you won't be.
5970, what was that number now?
Oh, I just had notes at the side of the paper.
Me too, and I thought, and I'm glad you read it that way, because I would have made the line 5,970, but that's not correct. So it must be 2,000 something.
Comes a total of. Where am I? $1,237,823.
And what was line 7011? When you minus that 15,900.
Where are you talking?
I'm still in.
Oh, you're in capital outlay. I'm
Yeah.
looking, I don't care about that stuff
I'm
right now.
sorry.
I just,
I thought that's what it was.
that's.
What was it?
It would be 2,600.
Capital outlay, so just minus the. Just minus 5970 out of it.
Yep, she just did for me, which I appreciate.
Okay, so far that's the only cuts to this budget is the 2970. All right, so on 1080. Advertising.
Yes, we got a lot of cuts. We only gotta have $10,000. in
So,
that line.
so we will continue to support the firefighters association
Yeah, and
and
the transportation.
transportation. That saves $19,500.
So we're dragging the line through 1, 2, 3 others, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So you're not funding the Mid-Coast Council of Government,
No.
the From Above and Camp Capella.
I would really like to see us fund something. We used to just do 2,000 from the kid.
And the only
they weren't
reason,
doing as much as what.
Betty, the only reason why I'm gonna stick to this with Mid-Coast Council of Governments, and she was on the Unity Select, town office. So Unity pays who, KV cog?
Yes.
So Mid-Coast Council of Governments used to be the same thing before they changed their name and their whole perspective. They were the same thing as KV cog. And the argument that we've had year after year after year with the budget committee is like, so Mid-Coast covers 4 towns. Not all of us, but yet all the taxpayers of Waldo County. So that's why we stopped funding Mid-Coast and Eastern Maine community, because they're already being funded by the town.
Right.
So if all of them can't benefit from it, then the towns can pay for it.
What happened is the county was divided and the towns could choose which way they wanted to go, Eastern Maine or Mid-Coast. Only 4 or 5 of them with Mid-Coast, the rest of them went. However, that included Unity and everything else. However, Unity in some of those up there do the Cape.
KB cog. Yeah.
And so Mid-Coast Economic Development now has changed to a McCog, McCog. And which puts them in a different category than economic development.
But it puts them in the same category as KV cog.
Right.
But we don't pay for anybody that belongs to KV cog.
Which is,
Unity, Burnham, Troy, Thorndike,
I think that's it.
no, I think it's more than that,
Or
but
5 of them. That's it.
But I will speak on the municipal side of things. And many times within Thorndike and even within Unity, we've asked, what does KB cog do for us?
right?
We're sending in dues all the time, but what do they actually do for us? And there is a lot of question as to whether or not those annual dues are worth
Yeah.
the
And that's
cost.
the position that we got
Right.
here.
And I would like to see, they, it was explained to me that $5,000 was like the dues for the number of towns, over 5, that, is now, so, I think those towns, are not going to pay. It's helps to pay their dues. That was my take on it. So that we're helping out, those that can't pay.
Those towns that can't pay and how,
Well, then I'd want to belong to it, so I didn't have to pay.
so, and speaking of fairness, is how is that fair to the other towns that
Yeah.
may be financially struggling,
But still pay.
but still pay?
Well, eventually what would be good is if the county, just like Knox County and Saginaw County, pay for the whole county, whether they're members or not.
But
So,
I don't have, we can't afford to, and I
Oh,
don't
I
know how
know.
they can afford to.
I know.
I truly don't.
So, I would just like to see some,
No, I will,
couple $1,000.
no,
Something very, like McCad used to get 2,000. I think it now was knocked down to 1
no,
year.
I don't, I. No, actually, it was Belfast Creative Coalition that only got $1,000 last year, and then they didn't put in anything this year.
No, because
And they
you
are,
know the money is short. I'm on that committee.
My God, you sound like that guy that was sitting there, that was chair on every committee that there was.
I'm pretty much, yeah.
I think that, I would, would sooner find funding or assistance for that organization somewhere else than this. I won't go along. I won't fund a group that all of the county can't benefit from. And all of the county.
I'm sure
cannot
they
benefit.
could benefit from them if they asked for it. But, you know, Unity's been very set that they do Canada. The other towns are, okay, Unity does it, so we'll do it too. You know, we're trying to reach out to every town in.
So what sort of grants have you applied for? You're the chair of that board.
I'm not sure of that.
Oh, okay, you're just.
No, I'm only the secretary.
Do you realize that young lady spoke to me about grants for fire trucks, but didn't know how much gear costs? My fear now is that all of these groups, did you guys notice some of these groups all do the same thing? They all talk the same thing, roads, culverts, whatever.
But they're talking about mostly with Waldo County is the culverts. Because the towns can't afford to do it, so if we get a grant that covers, you know, enough of the towns. the
Grants are great if you can get them.
The culverts will be done.
Who's gonna-
And now they just added to the fire engines or the firehouses, because now people are getting new fire trucks, well, they'll fit into their firehouse. And so, I mean, that's what happened in Lincolnville, and had to build a whole new firehouse too. So, you know, I think it would help out, you know, getting this really going, is if we're supportive in.
I think, Betty, like I told you, we can do something on a drug deal for.
We're that different.
To help you out, and maybe $5,000, but I can't do more. So I would take
Well,
that.
you know, I mean, I'm just gonna lay this out. I have fought for economic development in Waldo County for 12 years. And this, you two have not done anything toward economic development.
Oh, don't tell me I haven't
Oh, I know
done
you,
anything,
you sat on that board
and I did a lot.
and you were the chair of that
Yes,
board once,
and
but,
and I quit because they're wasting money.
right, they were wasting money. And I think this is what was happening with Ed. It wasn't serving towns, you know, that signed up for it. So, but I don't see a card as being an economic development. I see it as the things, you know, like the comprehensive plan, now the new law that's gonna be coming in. You know, that. those
What new
towns are
law?
gonna-
What new law?
The, whatever they call it,
Was it the
it's hundreds.
No, no.
of- Say it again.
No, but I mean, here's my point. So everybody does this drama. Well, there's this new law about in-laws and it's LD 2024 and this could happen. A lot could happen.
She's talked about it this morning. And I haven't been caught up on it yet. But and this is gonna be.
No, I think she meant the other girl.
What's
I
her
didn't
name?
talk about it.
No, you didn't.
Okay.
No.
What's her name?
Addie.
Addie.
So, I mean, okay, you know, you're not funding, I think we should, but, that's, I'm my vote, and you're two votes. So we don't fund it. Is basically
and
what you're saying.
And I stand by the reason not to fund it. I'm not just funding it, like, just to be malicious. It's like, it's just like I told Soil and Water, what do you do for the taxpayers? Because I think we gotta look long and hard. What does everybody, how are they relevant? How are they needed and necessary?
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm sorry, I don't see enough value
We
there.
just put 2 massive culverts in Sisport. We did it without these people. You know, the guys that are in here talking about.
Yeah.
Culverts and dams and what have you.
Yeah.
We had to do a couple of Anyway, okay, let's move on.
Yep.
I wish I knew more about NCOG, but that was the year I was. All that, and then just didn't
But,
attend on.
you know, I think in all fairness, Betty, they said a lot of interesting things this morning. I'll give them credit for that. But somewhere, just like the last people in, I think you should get only 26,000 this year. I don't see that.
I'm showing a 10.
Yeah.
Cutting it 10.
Yeah.
Which one's this, this oil model?
Yeah, that's, I mean, this is my own math, but I mean, I just,
They get funding from, you know.
and
from the
And
state and
truthfully,
federal.
and what worries me is, guys, we've all seen this over the years. It's a duplication of services where you get all these groups that all have great mindset and they're all fighting for that piece of pie. But it's a duplication of services. I could get it elsewhere soil and water, as I say, it's like, so what do you do for me? What do you, not me personally, but like the taxpayers, what can I say? That from above, church service, group that cleans up. Well, I want to be able to say to them, guys, I don't have the funding. I just can't. However, I know a group right here that I could, you know, I mean, it's like, what do they do? I used to hear about these people that would make windows for elderly people or whatever in the winter time. I don't hear about that anymore.
They still do it.
Do they? I don't hear about that. I don't know. That's not mentioned in their long, lengthy flyer. But it's no different than the University of Maine extension. I'm really a little disappointed there, and I don't care that this is recorded. I'm really bothered by the fact that they, you know, they're spending all of this time down with DOC, Department of Corrections, for anybody that doesn't know what that means, on all these great programs and everything else. We're housing them. We pay all the bills and everything else. We just spent how much renovating the place?
Yeah.
And I don't know of any of those programs. Nobody comes to a commissioners meeting and says, hey, let's do a preservation program, because you have a huge garden, you know, and teaching people. So if you don't want me to tell you I'm not a little disappointed, I am wicked disappointed. At this point, according to me, I'd cut 10 right there. I would.
No,
and at this point, I've asked Barb to please let me know why exactly. Well, when it came to be that we had to house them, fund them, and pay for all the.
Our building.
That's what I mean.
I mean, you don't pay rent.
No.
So
We
that
spent
is
$75,000.
Or more than that, between this, the request this year is 61. Yeah, you're probably right, 75 by the time you figure the insurance, the sanding, the plowing, you know, so I'm really disappointed, and it's like, you know, all of a sudden everybody like has their hand out, like, just fund me, it's gone up.
Well, let's move on and get this thing done.
All right.
Are you folks gonna take motions on all these cuts so we have a nice clear?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, audit, 9,000, we agree, we gotta pay it.
Yeah.
Debt service, we have none, there's a good thing. Interest, we have just increased, so it's no longer a 1,709% increase, it's like what? Like 19%.
And that was what was that amount? For some reason I didn't write it down.
500,000.
Thank you. I think it's in the minutes, but not on. Okay.
So that's, I didn't know what that increase was, so.
we didn't give any money, you know, say a 58 in the University of Maine extension. If we even cut that down, you know, they'd have to go for grants or something.
But I thought all of them rave about how that's what they do, is they get grants and find grants and seek out grants and are expert, you know, I just.
I think we could put them at last year's level, they ought to be happy with that.
I don't think we can cut them.
No,
I do wanna know why, I still wanna know the history of that, Barb, how that came to be.
I've got it on my list of
Thank you.
things to do.
And maybe there's something for discussion next year.
So this budget that nobody knows what they do or whatever, we're going to cut it back to last year's numbers of $50,050.
yes,
So the request was
What is that?
I think you mean
58.
58, 50.
58, yep, sorry.
Yeah,
That 50 sounded better though.
you did cut them.
Yeah, really, you guys.
Employee benefits the same. Solar and water, we're gonna cut a couple $1,000,
Yeah,
back to 26,000.
26.
Records preservation. And that's the last one. We're gonna have to depend on you because we're unsure, but we cut all the money out with severance and insurance, the health insurance and technology will get divided up between those checks coming in from Belfast. That's why we'll get the money back.
Okay,
Clear on that?
I am 100% clear.
I think severance, we have to take 100,000 right up front and get that funded. Then that's split between health insurance and technology.
So, because I know with severance that we are almost down, like I said, we're down to 15,000 at this moment, once I take everything out. And we still have 3 months left of this year and already can guarantee on either sign-on bonuses or retro pay for the beginning of the year. So we already know that there's funds coming out of that account. So at one point, at some point, I'm gonna have to transfer money from somewhere to probably fund it.
We've got a check coming in from Belfast, and that's what I'm counting on. Taking the first 100,000 of that and putting it in severance. Then the balance we can put between health insurance and technology. Or we could put it all in health insurance and take 100,000 out of our technology reserves, which I don't want to do, but we could add to.
Do you want me to email you or give you a printout of the reserve accounts that the spreadsheet that I have?
Yeah, they're nice to have.
Okay.
But you get the point of what we want to do going forward.
Oh, I do, 100%.
Yeah, okay.
Got $188,070.
Cut?
That we cut.
What's to make the budget?
Budget's at 18 total budget, so it's gonna be 16.2%. Can't see who's on, God bless them, who's on our Zoom, I can't.
Who's on?
Annette,
Annette,
an iPhone.
is it Felicia? Greg?
I don't know.
Oh, F grade, I bet that is.
Oh,
Felicia
okay, that's
Greg.
right, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
She's, I still have her on in Susan, Felicia and Annette. And I don't have you in there, Carrie.
Yep.
Okay, you're.
We are at 2%, Commissioner Ball.
That's what I'm figuring.
Well, I think we've gone about as far as we can go. And it is what it is.
I mean, I know personally with Annette and myself and even Barb, we looked at those numbers pretty hard and we looked at what was budgeted, what the real numbers are, thinking about any projected increases. So, I mean, it's scary to look at some of those increases in the budget, but those are actual numbers.
Yeah.
Those are numbers that,
The real.
and there's just, we've talked about the last few days, what can we cut from our budgets to reduce, but
You can
reality
only do
is you
so much.
can't.
You can only do so much.
And we knew eventually we would have to build back up. I mean, you cut so many times, in the last few years, and we knew it was gonna come back to bite us later. Unfortunately, it's coming back in a year that is even worse.
Yeah.
What it might have been, so, but everywhere.
Like this is before your time, but we were last year something like 1% higher than the year before.
Right.
And budgets all around us was 7 or 8% higher. Belfast a few years ago was 15 or 16%. So everybody has their turn at getting in the barrel and getting caught at a certain time. Searsport on the water and storage a couple of years ago had to increase it 35%. It happens.
Yeah. It's hard, it's just hard it's just hard to watch.
Yeah.
It's hard to watch when it happens.
And if you're gonna cut more than we've cut, you're gonna start to do story to come. That's what's gonna happen.
It's tight all over, and
Yeah.
that's why the towns are being so late, I mean, they're waiting to the very end to get as much interest as they can.
Yeah.
Yep.
And a lot of the towns, they're not able to collect the funds that they sent out. So many people are hurting.
Well, we live in a very uncertain time.
So what numbers do you come out with?
I'm sorry, I closed my book.
We still need to do.
16.2%, I think.
I said roughly 16.2% increase. I come up with $188,070 in cuts.
Cuts. 188,000 what?
188,070.
Barbara, you'll give us new sheets eventually, right?
I will, or I should say we will, we'll work together on that. But please humor me, please take motions. I figured, I went down through, I mean, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 budgets that were altered, if I have that right. The first one being communications, the next one, 1080. The next one was interest, the next one was extension. Soil and water, records preservation and reserves, is that correct?
It looks like it. That 1, 2.
Yeah, I can.
Yes, 7.
Okay, so I'll make a motion that on budget 1076. The total cut from that budget is $2,970.
Which one's that, Amy?
That is the comm center, and what we did is we cut the, what was it, DMS?
What was the final number you got on that?
Well, you did 2 things. You cut,
And then we added 3.
yes, so on the capital outlay.
Yeah.
7011, you reduced it to $2,600. Is
Yeah.
that correct? Is that what you had done, Karen?
So that total came to what?
Yes, sorry.
No.
Yep.
And you added 3,000 to
Personnel.
Yeah.
But overall cut to that department is 2,970.
Okay. So. Again, I don't.
So his total should be 1,237,823.
Yep.
Thank you.
I'll make that a motion.
Second, Betty? All in favor?
Okay. Next one was 1080 advertising.
I'll make a motion that's, just two, this is, this evening, so it would have been a 29.5. Cut, leaving it's $10,000 being.
And the two departments, the two departments that we,
Yes.
Waldo County and the Firefighters
Yeah.
Association.
Yes, your second,
Yeah.
second, all in favor?
Who seconded, sorry?
I did.
Thank you. Okay. The next one was interest.
Yep, make a motion, we accept it, 9,000.
No interest.
Interest, you wanted to make it 500,000?
Oh, yes, yes.
I think.
Yeah, which is an increase to that department of $156,250.
I'll make that motion.
You second it, Amy?
Yeah.
All in favor?
The next one was the University of Maine Cooperative Extension.
And that was,
Cutting it back to last year's numbers, which is a cut of 3,200, 250.
Yep, so it's back to 58,000.
$50. Yeah,
Okay. Who's making that motion?
I'll second.
All in favor?
I'd go more, anyway.
Okay, next one is Waldo County Soil and Water.
Again, that goes back to 213's budget of 26,000, savings of 2,000. I'd have cut them more.
that a motion?
I'll make it a motion.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Records preservation, I say that, I say we cut that out this year for a savings of $4,100. It's my motion.
Well, from nothing.
Yes.
Okay, I'll second.
All in favor?
Okay, and the last one is the reserves.
Reserves,
Zero.
Minus 150,000.
Yeah.
and I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Okay. Before, let me know when you're done with everything, because we have your ballots back for your budget committee.
Right.
So when we get to that point, I just didn't want us to adjourn and not take care of that.
Is that why that page is blank? That section in that book is blank?
Yes, that is exactly right.
All right, that's a good deal. Dean. Oh, my agenda is back here. What do we have left?
Executive session.
Oh, yeah.
Executive session, but,
And also,
what'd you say about balance?
yeah, of course, that's all, I believe that's all I have for
We should grab
correspondence.
Nat.
Oh, we should do that now.
Nettie.
You want me to wait for them?
I just told her to go get a net if we could have an executive session, but we could do the ballots.
Yeah. probably. So for District 1, you received 4 ballots, two of which said no takers or not interested at this time, so there was no one on them.
Oh my gosh, are you
But-
serious?
Yeah, that's the first time I've ever seen it, but the other,
So I have two,
you have total of 4 ballots, 2 of which said they didn't want to vote for anyone.
right,
But the other 2 were both for Mary Mortier of Belfast.
Now, who's she?
She's on. I
The
think,
city council.
Yeah. And she's the one that was a real estate agent and
So we need, how many people did you need? Oh, you only needed 1? So then I need 2.
okay.
So who did you had Josh, oh, Lincolnville, just put somebody on.
Robin Tarrant.
yeah, Lincolnville, it's Islesboro that didn't want anybody this year.
Oh,
Okay, so you have Mary Mortier.
And what do we have to do?
You would need to vote to accept that.
Okay, so I make a motion that, we accept, the District 1. Mary Mother, yeah,
Mortier. That's okay.
to their position.
second,
All in favor?
As a member of the budget committee.
Yes. Okay, so moving on to District 2. This one's.
now just come in, we're just doing ballots.
This one's a little unusual. We received 1 ballot with Tammy Higgins' name on it. Meanwhile, Commissioner Shore made me aware that another person from Winterport, same town, was interested in being on the budget committee, Kevin Kelly, and wanted some information. So I emailed that. They told me to send it to Casey Ashe, who is the town manager there. He sent me back an email saying, thank goodness, I've lost it. He said Kevin will be representing Winterport. But he wasn't on the ballot. So I called Tammy Higgins this morning, explained what was going on. She's called and left 2 messages and has said, my name is on the ballot, but Kevin Kelly would like to do it. She says, I will step aside if possible, but if not possible, I will do it if that's not what you want. I don't know what you folks want to do.
So how embarrassing and pathetic is it that people just can't like follow direction?
Yes, the process. It's great. I'm grateful. We have more than 1 person interested. It's just
So
proud of you
did
in the
we,
process.
what towns are they?
They're both from Winterport.
They're both from Winterport. Did we have some?
Yes, it was Tammy. It's just that
And-
Winterport
and-
sent their ballot with her name on it.
Then it is what it is.
Okay,
As far as I'm concerned, then she's on it.
Is the it.
okay.
To up again for the new year. Was she done?
She was.
Turned
She had
out?
completed her term. This was open,
So this is the new.
3-year term.
So then you probably have to make a motion to have Tammy represent.
Do you want to consider that she would be willing to step aside for this other guy? This is a conclusion
No,
they can't figure out.
This is in your district,
I know where the district is,
not District 1.
but she says she would be willing to step aside if this other guy wants to do it.
But what's pathetic is she's the only one that was on a ballot that filled out the process right. The other one,
Isn't.
they didn't even put them on the ballot or whatever.
Well, it's the same town. So
Yeah,
someone took care of it and then I guess, yep,
So, I mean.
it is what it is.
You wanna follow the process or?
Yeah.
You know,
Make up rules as you go.
Yeah.
Right, I mean, in all fairness, I would think that Tammy would be the one, because hers was on the ballot. But, it's your district, so.
And suppose, Bill, that, and I don't know if this is right, wrong, or otherwise, you can correct me, Commissioner Johnson, but if she chose that she did not want to accept it. But then again, that was an empty.
Yes, so it
It's
goes
not like
back
we
out to
replaced it.
everybody.
Yes.
It doesn't just go to
Yes.
that seat.
It does, yep.
So no, she's on the ballot,
Okay.
so
So I guess you folks need to take a motion on that.
I'll make that a motion.
It has to be district.
Oh,
that
I
makes the
can't say
motion.
anything, Bill, you have to make the motion.
Maybe you don't want
Okay, Don't, I don't even.
Right?
I'll make a motion to vote for someone.
Well, that's not helpful.
Well, I might should do it, we'll put Tammy down, it is what it is. And Stockton,
I
it
need to-
guarantees a person, but it's no open ballot at the moment.
He's what?
Guarantees they'll have someone do it.
Thing is though, is if it's not on a ballot, we're done.
Right, they don't.
We're done.
You don't
If
just
it's not
walk
on
in
the
there.
ballot, it's not replaced, even had the space.
The budget committee themselves can try to fill this if they want, but your process is done. That's a statute. If they wanna try to fill something, they can, but you've done your due diligence.
So currently, right now, just so we're clear. We
We have-
have,
We still have a motion on the floor.
yeah,
Although it was to vote for someone. Do you want, oh, you said Tammy. So
Yeah,
is there a second? to
I'll
that
second
motion?
that.
Thank you. Okay, so that's done.
just so we're clear, because I'm confused before we go on.
Mhm.
So for District 1, currently we have Tom Wagner
Yes,
and we have Lincolnville. for-
Robin Tarantino.
Yeah, whoever. And then we have City Councilwoman.
Mary
Okay.
Friday.
And then Bill has Linda Payson and Tammy Higgins.
Yes.
All right, what have I got?
You had, in District 3, there were 2 ballots. One for Timothy Allen Parker, and I think it says junior. And the other for Peter Curra.
He just passed away.
Peter, that's what's written on it. I'm not kidding.
Oh, yeah, no, Peter just died.
Oh,
Seth's dad. He just
oh,
died.
I'm so sorry to hear
You
that.
received that before he passed.
Oh, I
Obviously.
didn't even know. Oh, dear.
Obviously.
So how many of your sons like were shot?
So we are, because
Wait a
look,
minute now. So.
I'm sorry, so you need
You
to,
had 2 ballots,
yes,
right?
Timothy Parker and Mr. Curra.
so, but Penny, can I just say, Penny was supposed to be on the budget committee until 24, so she had another year going.
But she's
So-
she's no longer a.
But she's
I
no
know.
longer selectman.
But that Tim Parker is a Unity selectman, so they appointed him, so Tim is Penny. Whatever, and then Bob Carrig was the other one that was that's termed out. And then Elaine Higgins.
They're all turned down.
How many of you shot?
There's no.
Two. How many do we have legally right
Okay,
now?
3, 4, 5, 6.
We have six.
You have your quorum anyway.
So
Yes.
provided nobody dies. I mean, that's pretty close to up there.
It is.
Okay, would you like to vote on Tim Parker to complete this?
Yeah, I'll make a motion, we accept Tim Parker, even though he would automatically fulfill that seat, but I'll make that my motion.
Thank you.
Second?
Yeah.
All in favor?
Okay. That's completed, thank you.
6 minutes.
And I think that's, that's all I have for you, and I'm sure that's quite enough.
So everybody's gonna show up.
You better,
And what happens if not everybody shows up?
I think 5 is actually the quorum, am I correct on that?
Yeah.
5 is a quorum, so we gotta have 5.
Would be a quorum.
If you
I
have
would-
4 that come, you have no meeting.
I think it would almost be like a town, that you have to go back to last year's.
Yeah, last year's budget, yeah.
They have till December to hold meetings.
We'll come and pick up.
Hope for the best.
It's
I
been
think-
close years past, and we've had a full budget committee.
I think the only savior we got is Annette and I get aggressive and start working on a bill in Augusta to change the rules. So you're supervisory instead of final authority. And then we can get by with anybody. I think I guess that we'll have to start doing that.
I work with Carrie on that where it's budget. And I did put a call in, of course, you know, with Chip Curry, Senator Curry to, Representative Curry to see what the process was. And he reached out.
And we got a good reason for doing it because we
can't get people.
Can't get people.
The process, I don't know enough about the process.
So you don't need me to help with that at all?
No. Does this make the elections over and never can be done? I would think if we found somebody and they did a ballot type thing again, we would be able to go in, I would think.
So here's,
I don't think.
here's my thought process. I really can't see anybody taking us to like Supreme Court. Because some fool from Thorndike said, I'd like to be on the budget committee. You know what I mean? I can't imagine, it's hard enough to get people involved as it is, that I can not fathom that we would be in such a heinous crime if we took somebody out of the order that the process goes.
Would you like me to read what the statute says?
Sure.
Vacancies. A vacancy occurring on the budget committee must be filled by the committee for the balance of the unexpired term. The person appointed to fill the vacant office must be a municipal office from the same municipality as the person vacating the office. If the municipality of the person vacating the office declines to send a new member, the committee may solicit another municipality in the same district as the municipality of the vacating member that does not have a member sitting on the committee. So the committee can do this. The budget committee, it's in their hands now.
So the first meeting with them and down, okay, these, you know, district, and these are the towns, blah, blah, blah. Now you need the ones that are filled, you know, Winterport, if they had one, then you don't do anything, but in Stockton Springs, you would try to.
I think the gal from Cisco would like to run for chairman. One of hers. If that's the case, I know who she is, and she could reach out to Stockton, who's guaranteed to fill one of the seats. It just is unnamed at present. You know, we'll see.
It could be any.
I think we gotta start working on that, see what happens.
Yeah. I don't know how to stop the process, but I'm thinking scheduling a meeting with Mr. Curry.
We certainly do not want a county budget committee that is just citizens from in there and everywhere like Knox County. That was.
But what Annette needs to understand is our budget committee is composed of 3 members of all 3 districts. They have to be elected officials and they have the final authority on our budget.
Yeah.
They're the ones that can say, your budget committee members are powerful. And sometimes they knew it. Because I mean, they would dictate what flew in the budget and what didn't. And there's a lot of counties that it's advisory, I think they call it.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, it's advisory.
Right, and they vote for it, but the commissioners could overrule.
Isn't that what you're looking for, Bill, is more of an advisory, so you're
Yeah.
not held up on quorums and so forth? Aren't you looking for an advisory budget committee?
Yeah, is what you're talking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we got a good reason to bring it up.
Yeah.
We've called and called and called.
Do you want us to make a road trip to each town office or schedule a time to be on their budget or their selectmen's meetings?
There used to be years ago, here from my district, you know. District 3 we used to call it the Kathy Littlefield Club.
Waldo County Board of Selectmen.
Kathy Littlefield was a powerful force to be reckoned with, and if you wanted to educate the people in this area, you called Kathy Littlefield and she had a meeting and it brought all the selectmen and commissioners and counselors and everything else together.
Why is she not on the budget committee?
Well, she was, I think she was.
No,
Years
she
ago.
has.
Oh.
She
Years
hasn't
ago.
been on for 2 or 3 years.
Oh, no, it's longer than that.
I was on with her.
Yeah, but,
Yeah.
I mean, even she would have known, I would have thought that. You know, would have known, I mean, didn't we send something to all the town offices that said looking for budget committee members?
Well, we did.
Couple.
We sent twice. In addition to the regular, here is your ballot, please. Yeah, no,
Next time somebody complains to you about what their taxes are, when you collect their check, just say to them, hey, you had a chance. You had a chance.
It's like we had to represent it, you voted them in.
Mm.
They needed to step up and be on the budget committee.
Okay, can we move on to the agenda? It's quarter to 3 now.
But stop yelling.
You are hearing us, Betty?
Yes.
All right, we'll move on.
Okay, so,
I think we have the last thing in the executive session.
okay, next executive, okay, so do we need time
You
here?
wanna close the door, and then
Let me
please.
take it out.
You want me to leave? I don't.
No, I think you can stay here.
I don't know what it's on.
I don't.
I know what it's on. Concerns all of us. And, that was called for, right?
Yeah.
Hold on.
You
So
see,
let's-
I'm sorry, you got the.
Push that thing off.
Move,
No, I don't want to stop recording.
I'm-
stop the recording. And is motion been made to go into executive session?
Yes.
Like my food.
Motion that we are back in session. Second.
Second, yeah, sure.
I'm gonna make a motion that we, correct the pay scale that Annette brought to our attention for Department 1025.
All right,
Second.
Second, all of those in
all in
favor?
favor?
Thank you.
Do we give the information of the map?
Yes, yeah, and, with that, I say we end this sheer excitement.
Yeah,
Yeah,
been
I
good.
move that we adjourn.
second.
Second. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Hey,
you.
then the one thing I wanted to thank you, I want you to buy a name card for your desk.
Yeah, cause he never can remember your